6 o'clock. March 10th, 2022. Thank you very much for being here. All commissioners are in attendance. And Commissioner Banks, if you go ahead and lead us in our invocation.
I want to deviate a little bit tonight.
Absolutely.
But I want to send a prayer out for the Washington area. Our veterans that our armed forces don't have to go over there and get involved in that. So we want to pray for that tonight. Pray that the Lord protect our service members and our armed forces and continues to bless us, which are in the United States of America, and we are blessed. So I want to continue to pray for this commission and our community. And he continues to watch over us and keep us safe. In Jesus' name, I pray on tonight. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Banks, for acknowledging and recognizing. As we all watch the TV screens, I think we all need to take moments and just be so thankful for the freedom that we all share and the blessings that have been bestowed upon this nation. And reach out to your fellow man in kindness and in grace. So thank you so much, Commissioner. With that, we have a lot of announcements. I want to start with talking about some of the things that we have going on this month. Coming up this Saturday evening, for those of you that have not participated in this yet, it is a lot of fun. We have our movie in the park, and oh, it's going to be Brave this time. I thought it was a different movie. Oh, I'm so excited. I had so much fun with the last one. I think I laughed more than anybody. But anyway, it's going to be Brave. We're going to be showing it at Eva Lyons Park. It is going to start at what, 6:30? Is it 6:30? 6.
Yeah, I think we're gathering at 6 and the movie will begin at 6:30.
6:30. Okay. So everybody, please bring your families out. It's a lot of fun.
And I just want to remind everybody, there's popcorn.
And there's
There will be
popcorn.
popcorn.
And I believe there's usually hot dogs. Miss Brenda usually has her hot dog stand there. So it is a lot of fun, and it's and the crowd is growing. And then next Saturday evening, we've got the Saturday Sunset at Stella. For those of you that have not participated in that, please do come out. It's a lot of fun. Salt and Pine, they were here for the first event we had in January. They're going to be back. That's going to start at 6 o'clock and run 6 to 8 because now the sun's setting a little later than it was. Actually, I think the time will have changed at that point. So it sets at about 7:37 that evening. So please make sure to come out to that. Bring your chairs, your lawn chairs, bring your family. We also have on March 17th, which is St. Patty's Day, we've got the Fruitland Peninsula Historical Society is going to have their meeting, and Jim Steggy is going to be there, and he is going to talk about the Crescent City's National Register of the Historic District. So that meeting starts, I believe it's 4 o'clock. Yeah, it's going to be at 4 o'clock, and it's over. If you haven't been there, please treat yourself to that. They have done, the Historical Society has done an outstanding job. It's over in the library of the former middle school. They're open on Wednesdays, I know, from 10 to at least 2. Cherie, who is also our city historian now, she is there, and oftentimes she will stay later if you need to stay later, because she loves nothing more than talking about history. So make sure you treat yourself to that. And then we've got, at the end of the month, we're all very excited about this. We've got our Romp in the Swamp, which is going to be the APBA boat race. It's going to be the 26th and 27th over at Dexter Park on Lake Stella. Make sure you show up for that. They've put a lot of work into it and a lot of excitement. The Tourist Development Council, this last Wednesday, they acknowledged this event and has become a sponsor as well. And so we're real excited about this and the people that it's going to bring to Crescent City. So please make sure you come out for that. And then we have, this is exciting also, starting in April 23rd, we've got a lot of other things happening in April, but we're going to have our first Art and Farmers Market, which is going to be on the Old Miller property over here. And if you want any information on that, or if you want to participate in that, please reach out to Christina here in our office, and she can give you all the information that you want. So we have a lot going on in Crescent City. We're a busy little place now, aren't we? Glad to see that. And
Purple plum.
I know, you're right. And the Purple Plum Players, I am so sorry. They have also, they're going to be the 25th, 26th, and 27th. The evening, Friday evening and Saturday evening, and then Sunday will be a matinee. And they're gonna have order in the court. Isn't that it? Order in the discourse. That's it. Disorder in the court. That's it. Disorder in the court. And they have pretty much, they're working out of the auditorium over at the middle school. So make sure you come out to that. It sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. She said that they're trying to do comedies right now, so it'll be a good laugh. So you can leave the boat races Saturday evening, head over there, just make it a whole weekend full of entertainment. We've had a lot of good things happen in the city too before we get down to business. I don't know if any of you've noticed, but the old Masonic Lodge that we took possession of a couple of Fridays ago, the Concerned Citizens Group and Jim Steggy and Kim Duggar, Charles Rudd, and high schoolers came out, amongst other people, came out and really worked hard and cleaned that up. So make a point of driving by and see the difference that it's taken. And it was a community effort, and everyone had a good time. They laughed. It was hot, but they worked hard. Quite a few of them in there laboring were in their 70s. Put me to shame. So we've had that. We also had a group of volunteers this week. Believe it was Craig Roberts, Kip Roddenberry, Jesse Lyons. I never get his name correct. I apologize. Jorgen, and some other people were over, and they redid our dock over at Dexter Beach. They took it upon themselves and they redid the dock. It had a lot of issues going on with it. Part of it was missing. It's been retrieved now, and so it looks really good. So I just love seeing the community coming together right now, working together and trying to make us the best that we can be. Also this month, we've unfortunately got the resignation of Rich Brooks. He serves on our code enforcement board. And Cheryl Brooks, looks like they're going to be moving from the area. They've been volunteers for many years in decorating the Eva Lions Park, all the light decorations, I think up until this last year. That they and Diane Sykes, Linda Young, that they were all part of putting those on for everybody. They made a lot of contributions. We hate when we lose residents that have really contributed that much to our community. We wish them well and thank them for their service. And with that, it would be wrong for me not to acknowledge that on March 8th was International Women's Day, 2022. And also March is National Women's Month, that Jimmy Carter, he's the one that designated that. And so it's about uplifting women and honoring their achievements. And as you can tell, we have a lot of incredible women in this community. We have a lot of credible men too.
Thank you.
But we have a lot of incredible women. And, you know, behind everybody, there is a mother, there's a father, an aunt, an uncle, a grandparent, a teacher, a coach. There's somebody, a neighbor, that is encouraging them to be all that they can be. So as we all go forward again with especially with our youth, encourage our young women to strive for all their dreams and to reach for the stars. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and let us get started. Just a couple of items that we need for. We've had a couple of people in the audience that have said that sometimes it's difficult to hear us if other people are talking in the audience. I'm going to ask you to hold your speaking to a whisper if you have to. We prefer you not. And then also any type of thing that you need to bring to our attention, you'll be given 3 minutes during our public comment section. So with that, and commissioners, I'm going to remind you for our audience to please make sure that you speak into your microphones. Tonight joining us is Mr. George Young, and Bobby is out, and he's asked George to be here. And George is the, you're the head partner, you're the senior partner.
Of something.
You're the head right now. And so he's gonna see what Bobby gets to go through once a month. So welcome. We appreciate you being here in Bobby's absence.
Glad to be here.
Okay. So with that, we want to go ahead and let's kick it off and start off with the minutes. You've got before you the February 3rd minutes. That was a commission special meeting. You have the February 10th minutes, and you have the February 22nd minutes.
I make a motion that we approve all 3.
And I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
I have some changes that
Okay, did you get let me ask you a question first before you give changes. Did you give the changes to Karen from the last meeting? You did get all those? You didn't give them to her?
No.
Okay,
Sorry.
so that's important. If we're gonna make changes, please make sure you give them to Karen so that she has those for record. So go ahead and you make your changes.
Well, okay, my suggestion is, I noticed, I was reviewing old minutes, doing some research, and I noticed that the way our minutes are done now, it just says all commissioners were present. I think it would be a better practice to list which commissioners, because these minutes are for the future, and if someone is looking back, it would not necessarily be clear who the commissioners were, and at some time that may be important. And as well, the minutes used to list, I believe the city manager and the city attorney as being present. So I'm making that suggestion that we return and to that more specific practice. On the minutes of the special meeting, February the 23rd, under announcements by the chair, it says Mayor Myers explained about the proclamation recognizing Clarence P. Williams. I would suggest that it say recognizing the late Clarence P. Williams, just for the future, since this was a memorial recognition. Did y'all find that?
Do you have anything else?
Right, and then for February the 10th, there are some items that aren't exactly right, but at this point, I'm just gonna let them go. So those are my requests, that we enumerate the commissioners present, the city manager and the city attorney. For example, today it's Attorney Young, and for the special meeting on the 22nd, that we specify that Mr. Williams was late.
Okay. Commissioner Banks, you want to amend your
Okay,
motion with
well,
changes?
I amend to add those corrections in.
And I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, that's approved. Now we're going to move into our law enforcement report. And we have the pleasure of having Colonel Wells with us this evening. Welcome, Colonel. It's always good to see you. As a reminder, this has been a year now. This is this month that you've taken over pretty much full time.
And I wasn't sure if I was first, so I didn't start it. I will. Perfect. Well, Madam Mayor and Commission, it's my pleasure to be here with you again tonight. It has been a few months, I believe, since I've been down here. We've left you in the very capable hands of Captain Ussery, and he is attending a different meeting tonight. I had planned to attend anyway because this is an opportunity for not only for us to discuss the past month of crime and community concerns for Crescent City, but also the past year. We're in the process of this time of year, every year, where we present the criminal statistics to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. As far as the sheriff's office goes, those numbers for the sheriff's office are still being worked. But one interesting point that I just want to make sure that everyone is clear, in case you do tune into or you do download or look at Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FBI criminal statistics, is the city of Crescent City will continue to be reported as a separate report from the Putnam County Sheriff's Office, because although we provide your law enforcement, you are still a municipality that funds law enforcement in some shape, form, or fashion. So all of our municipalities in Putnam County are reported independently, except for the town of Pomona Park, because they do not have a police department and they do not pay for law enforcement funding outside of Normal County. So anyway, with that being said, we kind of just give you a little bit of brief overview. Certainly will be brief. That will be, we'll have the opportunity to answer any questions that you have. First, let's talk about February. There were 2 crimes reported in the city of Crescent City in February. Both of them were petty thefts. That means thefts that have a value to a threshold on the lower end of the scale. The first was apparently someone needed to provide a Valentine's Day gift, but opted not to pay for that when they stole 2 dozen roses, I think some balloons from Winn-Dixie. That subject was located and charged with that crime. The second occurred on Gumby Court, where a bicycle was stolen. It was later recovered. The suspect had already painted it a different color to try to conceal that. But we recovered that bicycle and that subject was identified and charged. Those are the 2 crimes in Crescent City for the month of February. There were 3 traffic crashes, all investigated by the Sheriff's Office in Crescent City. The first at 519 on Summit Street, that was a parking lot crash. That parking lot is certainly challenging with the gas pumps located where they are. We see most of our crashes in Crescent City occur in that parking lot. So we had a 2-vehicle collision on Huntington Road, intersection of Summit Street. No injuries were reported in that. And then we had the final crash occurred on Huntington Road at Summit Street. We had a minor injury in this one. It was a failed PO right-of-way case. So 3 traffic crashes for the month of February. Just some general activities. I know this is very similar, or exactly. I actually used Captain Ussery's PowerPoints for part of this, how he reports this for you. I'm sure he clarifies it for anybody new in the audience. When it says calls for service at 172, those are not necessarily calls from citizens requesting service. Those are all activities. Everything, even when the deputy sheriff initiates the call, steps out to assist someone with a flat tire, any of that stuff becomes a call for service. So we have 172 law enforcement activities in the city. 46 of those were traffic stops. 3 of those were those traffic crashes we talked about, and 25 of those were deputy self-initiated suspicious person and vehicle investigations. So before I go to the next one, just to reiterate, let's talk about 2021 as a total in Crescent City, as we do for the Sheriff's Office and the rest of the county. The best way to look at those is year over year. So I'm going to compare 2021 from 2020 for you. These will be the numbers that will be reported on behalf of the city of Crescent City to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the FBI in the coming weeks. So 2 columns here, we got them lined out. I hope they're big enough to see for you. And these are what the FBI considers reportable crimes. This is what we report to them. This is what determines your crime rate. So in 2020 in Crescent City, there were 1 homicide. Of course, as you all know, in 2021, there were 2. So that's where we stand on those. Sex crimes in 2020 were 0. In 2021, also 0. Robbery the same. No robberies reported in 2024, 2021. 2020, there were 4 aggravated assaults. In 2021, there were 3, for a reduction of about 33%. Of course, when you have small numbers, little changes make big percentages. There were 17 burglaries in 2020. There were 7 in 2021 for a reduction of about 58.8%. There was 22 thefts versus 2020 versus 24 this year. So we went up 2 thefts higher for an increase of about 9%. Vehicle thefts remained the same, 3 both years. Total violent crimes remained the same, unchanged for both years. Total nonviolent crime went from 42 in 2020 to 34 in 2021 for a reduction of 19.05%. Then, of course, what will be your final promoter for your final crime change, up or down in 2021 to the FBI, is a 17.02% reduction, coming down to 39 crimes from 47 in the previous year. So overall, 17.02% is a statistically significant reduction. To give you a comparison, we're not quite finished with the unincorporated portions of the county, but our early estimates are that it will drop by about 5.5% for the unincorporated portions of the county. So a little bit further dig down into that, unless anybody has any questions at this point. Commissioner, do you want me to stop here for anything?
Commissioners, do you have any questions at this point, or you want to wait till he finishes? Continue.
Just some other statistics that I know that the citizens and the elected officials in Crescent City are interested in. We just kind of wanted to show where those things have gone in here. So we'll talk about arrests, traffic crashes, and traffic stops. So arrests in 2020, and I checked these numbers 2 and 3 times and had them checked behind me as well. Our system automatically figures these, but we checked this one because 567% change in anything is obviously calls our attention to it. We went through and looked at every one of these individually and were able to confirm that there were 6 arrests in Crescent City in 2020, and there were 40 arrests in Crescent City in 2021 for a 567% increase. There were 50 traffic crashes in 2020 versus 47 in 2021, 6% decrease. And there were 444 traffic stops in 2021 versus 109 in 2020, for a 307% increase in the number of traffic stops performed by the deputy sheriffs. I have no data for the number performed by the highway patrol. So that's kind of the quick summary on how you look in 2020. In addition to that, I will just want to make one mention of one thing that will change the dynamic, I think, of Crescent City a little bit for the better as it goes for as law enforcement. If you haven't heard, the sheriff's office is in final stages of about July 1, rolling out a new organizational structure in our Department of Law Enforcement. We operate now off of a 2-district operation, which is East District and West. Crescent City falls in the East. Beginning in July, we'll be operating off of a 3-district plan, which means that the districts now get smaller. We're preparing for growth. We've had successful budget seasons with the county commission and have added deputy sheriffs, not to mention the deputy sheriffs and added for Crescent City. So to bring our span of control down a little bit and give our district commanders smaller areas. So effective in July 21, Captain Usry is one of the district commanders that was not transferred. We left him in place here. We moved a lot of ours around. We left him in place because Crescent City was the biggest reason when I made that decision, because he's done, in my opinion, very well at establishing this. And it's too early to look at that. We do roll our commanders every 3 or 4 years. He is up for a roll for a rotation, but we're going to hold him for another cycle so that you'll have him for several more years to continue to finalize this transition. But what will change with him is he will no longer be responsible for anything on the other side of the Duns Creek Bridge. Right now he does. He goes up into that portion of the county
as some of his responsibilities as district commander, he will now only be responsible for Dunn's Creek South, and to include Crescent City. And we have formed a new district called the Central District, which will take in the greater Palatka area. And then the Western District will continue to exist. So it makes his territory much smaller. And we think that's going to set him up for even more success in this end of the county, as it, in my opinion, stands on the cusp of significant growth and development. So that's really all that I have for you, commissioners. I'm open to any questions, comments, or concerns that you may have.
Okay. Commissioners? Commissioner Burton, you want to start? You have anything?
No, I just think you're doing an
You
outstanding
speak
job.
into your, sorry, with your mic again.
I just think you guys are doing a great job and, compared to where we were and where we are, and I think it shows up every day. It's great.
Well, thank you. We're certainly honored to be down here. We're very excited about what we see in Crescent City, the boat races, ride down and spend some time down here this afternoon before the meeting and see the improvements going on at the fish camp. Of course, we know about the RV resort, construction is going on. I just think that the south end of Putnam County is just now beginning to see its glory days. And we're pretty excited to be part of it. Yeah.
Commissioner Banks?
Thank you for them comments, but y'all really does a good job.
Thank you, sir.
I think by putting that substation there, kind of set it over.
Very good. That has had some unexpected challenges with some repairs that needed to be made and some flooding that we experienced, but it's really a nice office that the school district has given us. I'm actually kind of jealous of Captain Esser's office. This is bigger than mine, and he has a window, I don't. Anyway, yeah, it's a beautiful place for us to be.
I had an office for 20 years with no window, so I appreciate
Yeah.
it. Sorry. And I really appreciate what's happening in South Putnam now with the sheriff's office. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Commissioner DeVito?
Sure, thank you. Well, Captain Esser, if you want a nice office with a window, we invite you to come down to Miller Middle School building. We would love to have you here. Want to thank you for two specific things. One, I called to report stop sign running and speeding in front of my house. And the other day I wasn't able to return the call, but after I reported a stop sign being run with speeding, a sergeant actually called me back and left a message. Unfortunately, my phone kind of hit it for a while, so it was too late to come back, but I was very appreciative of that. And as well, I cannot tell you what a wonderful thing it was that you recovered the bicycle at Gumby Court. I'm not really sure how they did that, but the person who owned the bike, that was their only form of transportation. It was not a pleasure bike. So that was extremely important.
Yes, ma'am. And Ollie, I don't have every single detail. What I do know is that at some point, just to share with you, that bicycle with the occupant was caught on some surveillance. And one of the deputy sheriffs recognized the occupant who was the suspect and was able to go to the house and do a retrieval.
Well, it was a blessing, and many of us were very grateful.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll have public comment at the, following his presentation, okay? So you can speak, nope, you can speak, you can ask during public comment, you can speak during public comment. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
We have had.
Take that or leave that where it is, you want me to take the thumb drive out of there? or
You
how do
can. Let me ask you this. We are going to do Cops, Kids, and Kayaks. I've been told that's going to be the first weekend of June.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to carry on that tradition from last year. It was such a big success.
Yes.
And so I know your staff is gearing up for that. And then also at some point in time, it has been mentioned to me that possibly we could have an open house over there and introduce where the actual substation is.
I think that's a great idea. Captain Ushery's talked about that. One of the delays, like I said, had been we had to do some building unexpected, but yeah, so I think his plan even goes a little beyond that. We want to bring down some of the folks that work here regularly that you don't see all the time, which are the detectives assigned to this area, and then maybe do some other engagement with some of the youth and stuff over there. I think that's a great idea. As soon as the county fair ends, the next big operation community we have is competition kayak. So as soon as we get on the county fair, we'll be engaging the commission and others in Crescent City to help us pull those final plans together. And as you know, the fair starts the 18th and runs through that week. So
Just think it would be good for the, for the community to be able to get out there and meet everybody and see
Absolutely.
what's going on. And
so we will happily take care of that.
and again, I have to tell you how much I am appreciative of everything that you and Captain Usry and, your staff has done. And the captain, I mean, I sing his praises all the time. He does not hesitate. This week, he moved his schedule around and he went over and met with me and a resident who just had some concerns, and he just sat there with them for probably a good hour and just listened to their concerns. And that means a tremendous amount to that resident and to all the residents that he reaches out to. So we just thank you very much for his
Yes, ma'am.
service.
Well, you're welcome. We're honored to be here and provide this service for you. I'll be around a little bit if you need.
Thank you. Okay. With that, at this time, I'm going to open up public comments. If you have anything that you want to bring to our attention, this is your opportunity to do it. We will have some ordinances in a public hearing on our ordinances, and you can speak out if it's in relation to those. But anything else, this is your opportunity to speak. So please, if you would, come to the podium, introduce yourself, and give your address. We're going to do one at a time, and you have 3 minutes.
Diane Street or Chestnut Street. This is a couple of questions for you. Cars, when we got our contract with the sheriff, we were supposed to have designated like Crescent City Sheriff. Do we have that designation on any of the cars?
No, ma'am, you do not. And I will personally take responsibility of that. I have rejected the first 2 proposals that have come to me for those markings. I wasn't happy with them. The first one I didn't think was large enough, and the second, it just wasn't appropriately fit. So we're back at take 3 on that. So you're not there, but that's largely due to me, just me in particular.
And that's also with us too, with us rebranding, going through the rebranding.
To make it consistent?
Right.
And the mayor was reading my mind, which is scary.
That's scary.
Meeting our 5 designated officers. I didn't think about an open house. I just thought, even inviting them to a commission meeting and announcing their time so that the public would know that they could meet our officers.
We could do a mix of both, and we had to probably do 2. Well, here's kind of where the commission meetings fall, is because the way that you meet, that's always the same ones on duty and always the same ones off duty, because the way their shifts work. So I haven't asked any of them to do overtime for that, but we will be asking all the Crescent City deputies on duty or off duty to be at the open house, and also the detectives and other support staff that work down there. So if that'll work for you, we'll happy to have them there. In order, just because of the way they work every other Thursday, so the way that the city commission meets, it would always be the same ones all day.
And I just have one other comment about the racing on Lake Stella. I know that, like if something's gonna happen in the neighborhood, somebody has to get a variance or something for a building permit, and all the neighbors surrounding that property, adjacent to that property, are notified so that they can comment at the commission meeting, how they feel about it. I just wondered if people on the lake had had an opportunity to give their viewpoint about having races on the lake, because I know that it was tried once before my time, and there were issues with the noise and the littering and things like
Okay,
that.
thank you. Were you not here for the meeting when we filled the room and a lot of the residents?
If it was September, October, or November, then.
I think, yeah. So I apologize, but they did come in. We did have quite a few residents that came in and spoke.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Do we have any other speakers at this time that want to share something with the commission?
Good evening, my name is Veronica Glover, and I reside at 512 Grand Rondo East in Crescent City. And, my concern to the, sheriff's department, can you address your officers rudely? You can be driving, not speeding, and they run up behind you and put the lights on. And I've had that happen, and nothing, and they have not stopped me. I've watched it happen to other residents as well, other people. And for what, I turned one day out of the handway and a car was coming. I didn't, from the side, service road from the Dollar General. And I'm just going home and he just runs up behind me, flicking the lights. He never stopped me. I don't know what that was about, but they're constantly doing it. And when we met a while back with you, the organization about another matter, I brought that up and it's still going on. And also, they're running up and down the streets and they're not stopping anybody and their lights are on. And from the position where I live, I can see all of these activities all the time.
What lights, Ms. Clever? They're not stopping anybody, but the red and blue lights are on?
Yes, they're flick the lights on and I think it's crazy and I'm not the only one that's happening to. And I can be from where I can sit in my home. They're just running up and down the road and they're not stopping anyone. And they'll turn back around. It's crazy. It's like a little child playing with a car. So if you can
Well,
just,
let me ask one more clarification.
yes.
So the blue lights, the lights on the roof of their cars have a couple modes. One
That's
is
it.
a solid mode where they're just lit up red and blue, and then one is when they're flashing.
Mhm.
Sometimes they will also ride down the roads with the lit up red and blue, where they're just solid and they're a little dimmer. And that's called a cruise or patrol mode. And it's just a way for us to be highly visible. So if they're actually flashing, that's when they run emergency to calls or try to pull you over. But they will sometimes use patrol and cruise mode just to be visible. So I can.
So I'm coming off out of the convenience store.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, I'm turning home and I saw this car coming down and it was just a car. I didn't know it was a police cruiser.
Okay.
I'm getting on, going home because I live 2 blocks.
Right.
And all of a sudden you flash your lights. And I've seen it happen, not just to me, but to other people. And if you can just address it.
I
and
will try to.
Before
I've never heard
of
that
them
before,
just
yeah.
running up behind people rudely.
And I will address it, and if you'll let Captain Usher or I know, like, when it happens, because we have automated vehicle locators.
Okay.
So I would be able to identify which vehicle that was, and maybe we could try to figure that out. I'll address it as a whole, the whole agency. But also, please don't hesitate to let us know. We can run any time of day, we can tell where our cars were the lights on, how fast it was going, all that through satellite tracking. So don't hesitate to reach out so we can identify that. Deputy Sheriff can be looking specifically this one.
Okay.
So how long has it been since the last one?
This is probably about a month and a half ago.
It might be a little hard to narrow it down on the date on that. I have the data from that long ago, but just to narrow it down which one it was would be tough. So if you could let me, don't mind calling me directly, if you could let me know like within 4 or 5, 12 hours of it happening, then I can narrow the data down to small enough where we can figure out what's going on there.
Okay.
It's interesting. I hadn't heard of that, but I'll.
And Ms. Veronica, I just want to say that Ms. Veronica, I don't know if you were in here, but Ms. Veronica and Ms. Pat, raise your hand. Okay, they were part of the cleanup, so I did talk about both of you. She brought out all the high school students, and let me tell you, Miss Pat, she can outwork any of you. Any of you. At the end of the day, I was hoping she would go home so that we could get done. So I just wanted to make sure you knew, and y'all came in a little late, so.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Do we have any other speakers? This is your chance. Yes, ma'am. You'll just introduce yourself and give your address. Welcome.
My name is Elizabeth Gomez and I reside in 19 Cedar Street. Thank you very much for the cleanup at Grand Randall, the condemned home next to me. I live on 19 Cedar, so it's on the other side. The trash was there for about a week and my husband put it up in a pickup truck and we took it away, but it was a big help. that somebody went in there and took care of it. Thank you very much. Yeah. I don't know if you have anything to do with it. So I had an experience, right, a week after I was here that really, really disappointed me. I was in my neighborhood right back here, 19 Cedar Street, and I heard a lot of noise, so I know it was the children. I have noticed there's a lot of children there. And I was a school teacher at one time, preschool, so I decided to meet with the moms and introduce myself. And I'm getting out of my driveway, and a car is coming like 50 miles an hour. I mean, it was so fast. I didn't realize the last meeting that when you guys were talking about Pine Street, that I had the same problem in Cedar. They were going so fast. The young man looked at me dead in the eye, and he just put the foot to the metal and went 100 miles an hour. The thing is, the kids are clapping. The mothers are out there, the kids are clapping. It's in front of that church right there in Florida Avenue or Florida Road. So the devil got over me, and I just marched over there and I said, young lady, can you allow this to happen in front of you? Be a spectacle for your children. You are setting these kids up to approve this kind of, doing in the street. So she told me she has called, she has complained. So I said, what do you guys need for these kids? There's like 16 kids there. She said, we're bored. And then an adult said, we're more bored than that. We're even bored. So they were talking about a water park.
Okay.
I myself was talking about maybe some gardens for mental health. The summer is coming even for the adults. It's a beautiful city, right back here by that Booker sign. There's a beautiful red tree, and it looked like it used to be a garden at one time. I'm willing to buy the seeds and plant them and take care of that corner for you. So thank you very
Well,
much.
no, thank you. And please get with Christina, because we're gonna start doing, I think, some
Volunteer. I think if we
Yes,
can get
ma'am.
the kids
So
involved,
get
if it's
Christina.
right across the
Yes, ma'am.
street to pick up trash, we can grow them up to do something for their street.
That leads into, and I did not announce this, we are gonna have our Keep Putnam Beautiful on April 9th. And so we're working on that now. Unfortunately, it's gonna happen before our next commission meeting, but that's an opportunity to get the children out, please, and help clean up. And with the speeding, it happens. I was in downtown DeLand, standing on the street Sunday afternoon and almost got run over. So I mean, we're not unique to that. So I know we're all trying to do our best. Do we have any other speakers at this time? Nobody else? This is your chance. Okay, wait just a moment. We're gonna get in line. You, Mr. Dempsey, if you'll go first, and then you
Always much faster.
can.
Steve Dempsey, 335. As a continuation, Captain Ossery said at the last commission meeting, twice, I believe you brought up the barricade, the Pine Street barricade. Is there any update?
Not at this time. The captain's still working to transport the barricades, the concrete barricades.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
4 months. I mean, this is a critical issue.
Well, it would help, it definitely would help the speed in that area. And it's on one area in the city, of course. But that was one of my questions I was gonna ask as well. Did we have kind of a follow-up plan or?
Oh, when I followed up with Captain and he said I'm still working on it. So that was, it kind of came up in another meeting we had, the county's fire director was at, and he was adamantly opposed to it and said if we were to be seeking his input, he would recommend not to close the road. So
Who's this?
the director of Putnam County Fire Services,
J.R. Grimes.
J.R. Grimes. So that I didn't expect that, but we are still waiting. I'll get back with Captain Ussery and see
These are
the
not
status.
permanent, this isn't a permanent closure.
Yeah,
Did you mention
we did, just a temporary.
Okay.
So we're still moving in that direction. I just need to get back.
The county, we were hoping to be able to get them from the county, and the county didn't have any available. Isn't that correct at the time?
I think it was more a personnel issue
personnel.
to get them someone free to take all day to get them down here.
It obviously has become not a high priority on our list at this moment. That's the way I'm reading it.
It's not.
And I'm a little bit disappointed myself, because I think it was a great idea. And I'm not sure how long it's gonna take at this point. That's really what I'm hearing. So. That's all I can say, you know?
Now that it's been brought up, what about liability? What if something happens? I mean, this happened 4 o'clock today before I came out there. Somebody in a white pickup truck blew through all the stop signs. Not probably doing 40, not 60. But the problem isn't going away. And Captain Ussery had said that this is the cut through. It is a problem location. I mean, the cut through Main Street, you brought something up earlier. It's not gonna go away. I mean, it's like an episode of Mad Max, for God's sake. I mean,
What was our first
somebody's got to do
idea
something
about
about this.
before we said we were gonna block the street? Wasn't we gonna put the speed bump there?
We were gonna put the speed bump, we were talking about putting a speed bump, if we could put a speed bump there, if that would deter it. We have to find a solution, we just have to find a solution. He did put the signs up, didn't he put the signs up, I believe?
We did that we were gonna close. We talked about speed bumps, both mid-block or at stop signs. So if you're not running a stop sign, you don't feel it, but if you are running a stop sign, you feel it. But there was no consensus. So the consensus was to block off the road temporarily for a few months and see if we could change patterns. Drivers, divert them on to 17. We came back to you last time, see if you still wanted to do that, and Captain Ussery indicated that he very much in favor of that and wanted to help facilitate that. So taking that direction.
But you know, just for a second thought here, and I think we discussed it in one of the meetings. I don't know where you've been from Pomona Park, down like going to their beach, and I brought it up in the prior meeting.
Main Street.
Yeah, Main
Main
Street.
Street.
I tell you what, if you go down there on that speed bump and hit it too hard, you might be losing the motor. And I'm talking from experience. Because I didn't know it was there. I wasn't going that fast. I really wasn't going that fast. And I hit that thing and my car jumped up, the hood come loose. And I really wasn't going that fast because, you know, I know it's a residential area when you're going out to the swimming area down there. I don't know what kind of, but I brought it up. I don't know what kind of speed bump, but there's no bigger than that ain't the one that we got on Grand Rondo and some of the other streets. It's just a little narrow bump like that, but it's so tall. And when you hit it, you know you're going to hit it.
Mayor, if I may,
Commissioner DeVito.
but when we had the traffic calming meeting or workshop, I forget which one it was, we discussed speeding at different locations. I handed out a paper that summarized areas that people have been complaining about for years, and that I still see a lot of speeding. Mr. Coleman was just here the last meeting or meeting before. He has continuing concerns about speeding on Crescent, which attaches to Grand Rondo. I see speeding on Grand Rondo. I see speeding on Main Street. And although I think the barricades on Pine Street will help that area, I don't think they're going to help all the speeding on the west side. And I am very concerned to hear that the county public safety director has a fire concern about that, because if you're worried about liability, if the fire truck doesn't get there because.
It's not just the fire truck, it's the ambulance too. Very
Well,
concerned more about the ambulance.
Exactly. If any of that does not get there because we have barricades, I am very nervous about that. That doesn't sound reassuring to me, but they all need to be addressed, and those barricades are only going to address one part. They will not get the whole west side because the people are not all going to Pine Street. So that's my take on that. And I concur with Commissioner Banks about the effectiveness of the Pomona Park speed bump on Main Street. It does a good job.
And the speeding doesn't just occur on the west side, it occurs on the east side too. On South Prospect, there's not a stop sign, so they will hit from one end and they fly, especially late in the evening. So it's, you have it on all of, I think a lot of our side roads,
Okay, but-
unfortunately.
But my point is, wherever it is, we should address it and not just say that it is everywhere. And we have talked about speed bumps and stop signs, so wherever it is, I want to take care of it.
Well, short of putting even stop signs everywhere, what we're saying is they're running the stop signs,
Oh, yeah.
speed bumps everywhere. Mr. Burton spoke strongly against speed bumps.
I don't really want speed bumps, but Captain Escher did say if we put stop signs up and they run them, he could at least give them a ticket for running the stop sign, so, maybe that's one avenue we consider.
Colonel Wells,
Yeah,
that's a good question.
sure.
Cameras. Can we do anything with cameras at any of these intersections that we're having issues with? Is there anything
Like for
out?
traffic enforcement cameras?
Yeah, is there anything that we can use?
Sure, well, traffic enforcement cameras for stop signs are very effective. And can be for speed. Here's the issue and why you see municipalities going away from traffic enforcement cameras like red light cameras is, there's a challenge. It's easy to identify the car. It's not easy to identify the driver. And in my opinion, and it has been the opinions of others, and I know that Mr. Young may want to comment here, is that simply citing the owner of a vehicle where we have no way to prove that they are the driver of the vehicle is insufficient cause for that and inappropriate. In my opinion, I was never an advocate of red light cameras because I don't believe in charging someone that we don't have probable cause to believe is behind the wheel. Now, could you use a camera to do less than charge, such as maybe we'll send some warnings out, hey, your tag number was running stop signs, and certainly I could get behind that. I wouldn't be behind charging
Yeah,
based on a camera.
but to use it as a deterrent.
Absolutely, we certainly could look at that. I'm not familiar with what exactly Captain Esri has going on with this barricade. I'll follow up with him and see if there's any way that I can assist. And I think that it may just take time for it to settle in. When you look at a 300% increase in traffic stops, eventually that word's going to get around. I think we just need to remain persistent. And then I've asked a question for myself as I sit back there is I want to look and I'll get your report. What percentage of those are we citing? Our deputy sheriffs are often very cautious about citing drivers. They'll usually check to see if there's previous warnings. Just in fairness, that's expensive, times are tough. But I'll look and see if our citation numbers seem to be adequate, or do we need to maybe back out of the warning mode a little bit and get to the getting in the pocket mode a little bit. We'll check on that and see how that's looking.
Probably you need to cite everybody except for those people in this room.
But no. It's just, for example, I'm in about 2030, I was never a big ticket writer. I always felt if I could handle it with a warning, that's the way I did it. It kept me out of traffic court, but I'm kidding. But we could look and see, and if we need to set a precedent a little bit and pick up the enforcement and maybe make it more meaningful, then I certainly can have him look at that.
But it's always going to be hard to mark car to catch somebody. Even I'm gonna give you a good street now, Main Street, right in front of coming down to Commission. I could sit there in a plain car and write 30 tickets a day. And that's just how many people run them stop signs. There are 2 stop signs, and they continue. You could almost sit over there in the park and see how regularly they run. They just don't pay them no ticket. Sometimes same car hit all both of them.
Well, I'm an advocate of changing direction. I think that's what slows cars down. And I know, Charles and I looked at Reed Street and Pine Street, instead of putting a barricade there, we measured it out a little bit to put a circle of sorts in the middle, so that people would have to just go around it. There's no stop sign at that point. It's like having a tree, like we have in the middle of, I forget, Lake. There's another tree in the middle of, there's a few of them around town, really. And it doesn't stop the traffic, but it forces the traffic to change direction, and that change of direction, you have to slow down. It's not that straight thing, like, you know, like she says, South Prospect is a straight shot. And these people go like crazy, you know, Main Street, straight shot. So I really think the city should sit down and take a look at certain intersections and see where that would be a viable solution before we go and put all these speed bumps in. And I think the stop signs would be a quick kind of thing. Handicapped industry says at least we could get a ticket out. But
Does that have, that's not a four-way stop right there, is it, that Pine and
I believe it is,
it's
no.
a two-way, okay. So if we went ahead and made it a four-way stop, could we do that?
But they're blowing through the stop signs.
Yeah,
Well, I know, but like you said, if they're blowing through that stop sign.
And Pine and Reed, it's a four-way stop,
Is it a four-way, is it a
Yeah.
four-way stop? Okay.
because we use it all the time. And just for information, they've stopped using Reed to come down Spruce and up Orange.
So I mean,
Yeah, the tremendous amount of change. They won't go up Reed now, coming from that neighborhood, coming back around, they go up Spruce and hit Orange.
You know, we could
it's a challenge.
sit here all night. It's a
Yeah, we
challenge.
need to
We could
get-
sit and discuss it all night, and I don't think we'll come up with a permanent solution tonight.
No.
Because it takes a study, regardless of whatever you do. John Doe is out there and he's gonna break the law. I don't care, you put, the only way that you might can stop it is put the barricades up there. Well, they ain't gonna run through the concrete barricades, so, but those stop signs, and we don't have our officers to just sit there and monitor it, so we forget about that.
Well, we do need to make this a,
Follow up with Kevin, that's really.
thank you. Yeah, maybe with Colonel Wells and,
We need to get creative, unmarked vehicles.
yeah, get
Cameras
creative.
up, that type of stuff. We can certainly do that.
Even if you parked a car there, you might want to park a car there. Right there, there's some vacant area, so.
You talk about an empty car. The last time we did that, some smart like put a for sale sign on it. But we'll be willing to try.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry about that. We got a little diverted and we should not have. Do we have any other public comments? You wanted to get up and speak? Yes, sir. You'll introduce yourself, your name, state your name and your address.
I was going to the bathroom. Bill Vila, the 404 Grand Rondo East. My main problem is those speakers out on that Grand Rondo. That tabletop speed bump you got is useless. And if you were gonna put more speed bumps up, please do some research as to where they would do the best good. They should have one on each end of that park over there where the kids go on Grand Rondo. This park over here should have speed bumps around it. And those tabletops are useless. I was thinking today how we could do it the cheapest way. Stop signs are cheap. We can put 3 ways in at some of these intersections on Grand Rondo. Yeah, the people are gonna run them, but if they run them, they're gonna get in trouble if they have an accident or something, but at least it's something cheap, cheaper than the speed humps, I'm sure. Because they're not working. You gotta get the ones that are tall and like this, those are the ones that stop you. Like they have over in Sable Lot. Those are good, they'll play right through the windshield. For you, how can we get a hold of the patrol officer's phone number so I can call them and say, hey, they're out here running up and down. You're out here now.
We cannot do that.
No.
The calls for service need to go through our communications center, so they're properly logged. And the right people can be held accountable for those calls.
Right.
If you call the communication center, I would say I would like to talk to the Crescent City deputy, then they would be happy to have them call and put you through so that that call is recorded and properly logged. It is not appropriate for our deputy sheriffs to be called directly, because then if they don't handle the call correctly or they don't show up, then we have no logs of any of that. So our professional accreditation requires that all go through essential receiving, but they will be happy to call you. So don't hesitate to call the sheriff's office and say, I would like a deputy that's working in this area to know to call me. If you need them for a call for service, then give the whole call to the dispatcher, they'll dispatch the deputy, and then you can also add to, when you're calling dispatcher, and when he's on the way, call me. Because I don't want to get too depth in it, but if you just ask a deputy to call you, that's going to be when he's available. If there's something going on, emergency 911, not emergency 329-0800, and they will send the deputy that way. If you wanted to stop and personally see you, they're going to ask you, do you want contact? You say yes. And you can already ask her on the phone, but the other issue, and I don't want to get too in depth in it, but I just want to explain this instantly before. The other reason is if our deputy sheriffs begin to use their cell phones for those types of calls, their entire cell phone is a public record, and they're personally owned cell phones, they're not issued those. But they'll be happy to call you, and once they call you, the communication center will also be on the line monitoring and recording the call. That's what accreditation requires us to do.
The guy who just up got built and myself off the offices for parking our yard, right there.
Right.
You can sit off the road, you want to use that whole corner. And I'm down the street just a little bit just before the park.
And they'll be happy to call you. Just call in and ask them to, and you can make that offer and then tell them to spread it around to the other deputies that are working the area. Or I could have Captain Usher call you and he can spread that around however you want to do it. It's not that we are opposed to calling citizens on the phone. We just practice modern day accreditation and don't allow this calls to go directly to the deputy because we have no way to account for the behavior that occurs after that.
Been there 10 years,
Yeah.
and that problem's only got worse. It's only gotten better. It's just a matter of time before the kid gets hit. That's
I
the
understand.
park right there.
Okay.
These little kids don't walk.
We'll
And they're
continue to work for it.
Coming through 55, 60 miles an hour all day long.
Yes, sir.
You know what a ticket that is in a 25-mile-an-hour zone?
It's a mandatory court appearance. That's not a ticket.
Thank you.
That fast over would require a court.
There as a ticket.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your patience. We have anybody else that wants to speak? If you'll come to the podium, please.
Now, is this on everything or just this we're talking about now?
This is public comment. Anything that we have in our public hearing portion will give you an opportunity to speak.
But there's several more times.
It
But
depends
public
on, it
comment.
depends on the item. It depends on the item.
This is other thing I want to address. Excuse me, no place.
What's the point of 2390 South Highway 17? In terms of the cameras, I think they're good for two reasons. One, I understand what you're saying if someone appeals it, but if someone does go through and there's an accident, it's on camera, that's beneficial for our city, for one, especially because we don't have good enough patrol out there. By the time someone comes to an accident, witnesses and stuff are probably gone, and people are taken off. So advocating for cameras for that reason, for safety. Two, I think it was probably at least 14 years ago, I got a camera ticket for going through a lake. I wasn't driving my car. But when you think about having to go to court back then, I think it was $17. I just paid it and then ripped down the person that used my car. So that's a deterrent, because if someone thinks they had to go to court, even if they do pay it, so they don't have to go to court, then they're gonna talk to the person who caused them the ticket that was driving the car. But two, if they show up for court, then obviously we'll at that point drop it, as if you're saying, but if it's a 50-50 shot that they're gonna pay it and yell at the person that borrowed their car, it's a deterrent. Plus it's just more safety in terms of intersections, so that's just my thought on that. I mean, I didn't do it, but I certainly yelled at the person that borrowed my car and I paid it.
Thank you.
It's a tears thing.
Okay. I got that ticket. It was my car. Okay, any other public comment? Okay. Anybody else coming to the podium at this
Does he
time?
understand that what's coming up has to be specific to what we're talking about? Okay, I just wanted you to understand that.
Do you want to go ahead at this time? You can share what your concerns are just in case, because what
A
did you,
few other things I'd like to address.
are they under the public hearing section?
Yes,
Okay.
one is. This
Okay.
is the other ones. Public hearing.
Okay, okay,
Yes.
okay, good, thank you. Seeing no one else come to the podium at this time, I'm going to close public comment. Thank you all for your comments. We appreciate your willingness to address us, share with us your concerns. Okay, with that, we're going to move, at this time, I'm going to open up public hearings. Charles, do you want to start off with,
Start with the reading of the ordinance.
Yes.
Okay. An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending section 3.4.5 of the land development of the city of Crescent City, as previously amended, providing for residential dwelling units as a permitted use in the GC1 district, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for implementing administrative actions, providing for severability, providing for ratification of prior acts of the city, providing for conflicts, providing for publication and directions to the code codifier, and providing for an effective date. Now, this is the second and final reading of this ordinance to allow, essentially to allow mixed use in our general commercial zoning, particularly in downtown.
Okay, thank you. What time do we have any additional factual testimony for or against? Do you have any public input on this?
I didn't hear him very well sitting there. My hearing's not.
Okay, this is on, this is item 8 on the agenda. This is the second reading, amending our land development code. Basically, what this does is it's going to allow mixed use. It's going to allow them to have rentals above their businesses, in essence. So is that the one that you wanted to speak on?
No,
Okay.
no, ma'am.
Does anybody else want to speak on this? Yes, ma'am. If you'll come to the podium, please. State your name and your address.
Diane Sykes, 304 Chestnut Street. With that mixed use, I understand, that you don't have to now have a second story or an adjacent room or building, that doesn't have to be associated to your business, so you could use it as a rental. Does that imply that it has to be a separate space? I mean, so you can't just put a cot up in your business and say, oh, well, I can sleep here now.
That's correct.
That's correct. So it has to be a separate
It's a residential unit.
unit. Okay, thank you.
I make a motion that we accept.
I have, hold on a second. I haven't closed it yet. Yes, sir. I have to
Let's
look.
wait till 23 minutes, Highway 17, Crescent City. I just want to quickly say that I'm in support of this only because I know that there's a big shortage on the rental area here, and we want to encourage teachers and people in the area. And I've heard that they can't find a place to rent, and I think it's a great idea to do something that encourages people to stay in their city.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment at this time? Okay, seeing no one come to the podium, I'm going to close public comment. Commissioners, do we have a?
I make a motion that we accept the second reading of ordinance 2022-03.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion?
I just have
Yes,
a
Commissioner.
little
Rita.
comment I'd like to make. Part of this is really returning, particularly for the downtown area, to, can y'all hear me right there? Is that better? Okay. Part of this is returning to the original design of downtown Crescent City, where many people lived by their businesses or rented out apartments. But I think this also would apply to any commercial area. Is that not right, Charles?
That's correct.
Yeah, but this goes back to our original downtown footprint format.
Okay, thank you. Is that all you have? That's all you have? Okay, commissioners, does anybody else have a comment? Any more other discussion? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. Okay. motion carries. Thank you. Let's move on to the first reading of ordinance 2022-06.
First reading ordinance 2022-06, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending chapter 3 zoning regulations of the land development code relating to simulated gambling devices and internet cafes, specifically creating section 3.7, setting forth findings of fact, setting forth authority, intent, scope, and purpose, providing for definitions, providing for prohibition against the use of simulated gambling devices, providing for exemptions, providing for conflicts with state law, providing for violation, enforcement, penalties, and remedies, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for repeal, providing for directions to the codifier, and providing an effective date. Mayor, this item, we had a discussion last month about adopting, this is an ordinance the county has adopted, which prohibits internet, we call it internet cafes, so it's simulated gambling devices where essentially open up a machine parlor, and typically there's not really a benefit to the community, and this would give us an opportunity in an ordinance to restrict those uses.
Okay. This time I'm going to ask if we have any additional factual testimony for or against this. Seeing none, do we have any public input on this? Anybody have any comments they want to make on this? We're going to close public input at this time. Commissioners,
I'd like to make a motion to pass the ordinance 2022-6.
I'll second.
okay, we need one. Which one of you wants to be the second?
He'll be second.
Okay, you'll be the second.
So
He
we're gonna-
usually likes to be
So,
first.
so we're gonna pass, so we're gonna pass the first reading. This is the first reading.
Yes.
Right, okay. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion on this? Okay, I have a question for, I have a question for George. Mr. Young, I'm sorry, I should have been. more
Yes,
formal.
ma'am.
Mr. Formal, I should have been more formal. There is a whereas in here, and I just want to make sure that it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th whereas. The last sentence, and it says, basically that the Putnam County Sheriff's Office has seen a significant amount of criminal activity. It goes forward, and later on it says the true amount of crime that occurs at internet cafes is greater than is reflected in law enforcement records. Should we put something in there that says states more is estimated to be? Or is it okay since it's kind of an unknown? Is it greater? They're making the assumption that it's greater.
But you, make sure I'm in the right place, you're on page 2 of the ordinance.
Yes, sir.
Second paragraph down,
Yes, sir.
whereas the Putnam County Sheriff's Office has seen a significant amount of criminal activity at internet cafes, and that because crimes of this nature that occur at internet cafes, they go unreported to law enforcement. The true amount of crime that occurs at internet cafes is greater than is reflected in law enforcement records. If that is the belief of the commission, it's fine. If you'd like to change the wording to what you recommended, it's certainly not a problem either. I'm sure that most of you have spoken to those in authority that have given you other versions of what happens to occur. So the wording is, in my opinion, you're fine with this wording.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're fine. If the commissioners are all fine with that, then I just want to make, because it was
I believe you can substantiate that based
Okay.
on the information that we have. from the
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. And in no way, this does not prohibit bingo.
That's correct.
No, it's in there that
Yeah.
church.
The church groups, I saw that, the church groups, but I just want to make sure that they can still have
Right.
bingo. Okay, do we have any other discussion?
I have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Years ago, we tried to do this and said we could not. So what's changed
Is that a question for me?
for anybody that knows? Because we were trying to restrict this several years. Do you remember that, Mr. Banks?
Yeah, I remember it.
And they said we could not.
I believe did the Florida statute change? And I know didn't the county adopt this?
Well, I'm not going to comment on the county's version of this ordinance, their version of the ordinance, they have their own legal counsel. In my opinion, we will not necessarily be able to enforce this based on the fact that it basically had a blanket ban on internet cafes. And under the Florida law, under Florida statutes, what they're saying is that you can restrict them by zoning into certain areas of your boundaries, and you can control them that way. But as far as a blanket ban on it, I seriously doubt it would be enforceable if it was challenged.
See, this is what happened last time.
Well, I know this has gone back and forth. My understanding was this, this take on it, sort of like they'll pass an ordinance, then their lobbyists give it, goes to Tallahassee. This one, you notice, focuses a lot on the gambling devices.
Right.
So it's a prohibition on the gambling device. And my understanding, that's the tact. It's another attempt to prohibit these spaces.
So it's not the business, it's the device within the business.
If you look, it's very much
You
about.
cannot have the device in the.
You can have a personal device, but you can't have a.
Right, yes.
This is an open chess match.
It is. It's been going back and forth, back and forth.
But at the same time, Mr. Young, when you say that, would, by being able to give us the ability to restrict that within zones, could we not call Crescent City a zone? Would we have to designate a zone to restrict that in?
Every legitimate business, and right now, this is not a business that's considered per se
Right,
illegal.
right.
Okay. Has the, I don't want to say the right, but you have to have a category for it if you're in the right designated area. We're not talking about a landfill that Crescent City might not be able to support because of the lack of size. You're talking about a business.
Light industry, we could say they're only allowable use in light industry.
So I don't think you could say, hey, Crescent City as itself is a zone, therefore we've zoned it out. No, you have to find some room for it if there was a otherwise legitimate reasons for it to be there. Now, city manager is correct. This is a little different tact on it. I don't expect that the result will be different, but for the moment, it's the tact that the county is taking. Certainly the city will most attempt if they can, but just be aware that we may run into the same problem they've run into previously. You say you can't restrict the business from being there at all. You probably can't restrict the machines in there. We'll see.
It'll hold us for a while till it's challenged. It'll go to the state and they come out with a new statute. In this case, we'll come back to you and perhaps recommend it's allowed in industrial zoning only or something, which is a very minute part of the city. It's sort of like adult entertainment, you have to allow it somewhere, but you can say where. So you can say, usually it's light industry.
Well, I look at the city of Jacksonville, how they just closed all of them down. But then again, gradually they had to start back opening up in different areas of Jacksonville.
Another method has been you cannot operate such a business or such machines within 1,000 feet of a church, of a school. Those type restrictions so far have been allowed, along with the zoning restrictions, but a blanket ban typically is not allowed.
We say like a 2 square foot.
Yeah, I think it's got to be relative to the ground you're talking about.
Well, you gotta try, you
Yeah, so
know?
this is an
Don't
effort
ask. Don't ask. Okay.
May I have a question?
Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
So could I get some clarification as to who drafted this particular ordinance?
I don't know who originally drafted this. Is based on the county's ordinance. The sheriff's office recommended to us that we consider it and adopt it. That way it mirrors the county.
Right, I understand there are law enforcement and they want us to have this ordinance, but we did not ask our attorney's firm to opine on this.
Well,
Yeah,
Bobby
Bobby
took their,
Pickens did.
rewrote it for us.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wrote it for us.
We based this ordinance off of the county's ordinance.
Okay.
May I just say something? This is, the way I'm understanding this, it's kind of to be a deterrent. And I think really, if you have all of Putnam County that says, hey, you can't do it anywhere in Putnam County, if all of a sudden we say, well, you can in Crescent City, we might have all kinds of business in Crescent City. So I think, granted, there might be some loopholes, and maybe we need to adjust those as those loopholes come up.
Okay. Colonel Wells, do you want to?
To add you some perspective from the county, I certainly was an advocate of this ordinance. We have been dealing with this situation for years. Mr. Young is exactly right. You know, only time will tell if this ordinance gets challenged, and it very well might. I'm not aware of one since the county passed it. All of our businesses have left the county. We were forced in this position as counties around us, including Clay, Duval. When you say closed areas, Duval County wrote an ordinance, and we were seeing internet cafes, and with them comes a lot of criminal activity. So we dealt with this. Every internet cafe that existed in the county prior to the ordinance, we had conducted the criminal investigation inside and found every one of them that we investigated to be in violation of the criminal statutes. So the question then came, well, why don't you just handle it through the criminal statutes instead of the ordinance? Our answer to that is because the criminal statute takes so long and it's thousands of dollars per investigation versus just such an ordinance is based on what our findings are. We have never found an internet cafe to be operating legally. Therefore, we did the ordinance in the county. I agree with Mr. Young. We haven't seen the challenge yet. Don't know that we will because they're quickly losing popularity. This type of activity is now going to more of an online platform where people are visiting virtual internet cafes. I think the actual brick and mortar will be a thing in the past, probably in the next couple of years. So again, I wasn't consulted about this ordinance, but I can certainly tell you it has been very beneficial in the unincorporated portions of the county.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, commissioners, we have a motion, we have a second. Any more discussion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, first reading approved. Let's go on to our first reading of ordinance 2022-07.
Ordinance 2022-07, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, providing for the Putnam County Supervisor of Elections to conduct all necessary actions to determine qualification of prospective candidates for office within the city of Crescent City, providing for severability and providing an effective date. Mayor, this is the ordinance to turn our elections process over to the County Supervisor of Elections.
Okay. With that, I'm going to ask if there's any additional factual testimony for or against. Seeing none, do we have any public comment on this? No public comment. I'm going to close public comment. Commissioners? Can I get a
I make a motion that we accept the first reading of ordinance 2022-07.
My second.
This is my last second.
Okay, Commissioner West is second, so we have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any discussion? Commissioner DeVito, yes.
No, I'm sorry I didn't make the motion. I thank Commissioner Banks because I've been wanting to see this for a couple of years, so this is great.
Well, they've been doing this, but we haven't had an ordinance, right?
No,
No,
they've been conducting their elections.
They've been doing
I
something.
mean, we've been conducting our elections.
Right.
Yes. They come in the actual day of the election
Right.
and they do that, but we've been conducting
All right.
all the stuff, the qualifications and everything that we have to do prior to that. So we've been doing that. Okay, with that, any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, commissioners, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the first reading of ordinance 2022-07, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed? Nay? Okay, we're going to move on to the first reading of ordinance 2022-08.
Ordinance 2022-08, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending chapter 2.65 of the Code of Ordinances for the city of Crescent City, providing for 5 code enforcement board members, providing for conflicts, providing for publication and directions to code modifier, and providing an effective date. Mayor, this ordinance is to reduce our code from 7 to 5 members and the quorum from 4 to 3 members. I think this will enable us to more often, more effectively have a quorum.
Florida statute allows this when you have a town with a certain population, and we fall into that lower population, so we can do this. Otherwise, it would be required to have 7. So with that, do we have any additional factual testimony for or against? And none. Do we have any public input? Any public input on this? We have no public input. I'm going to close public input at this time, commissioners. We have
We have a motion to pass ordinance 2022-8.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept the first reading of ordinance 2022-08 and a second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. First reading. We're going to move on to resolution 2022-01.
Resolution 2022-01, a resolution of the City Commission of Crescent City, Florida, designating the city-owned property between Dexter Beach and Estella Lake Boat Ramp as Estella Lake Park, providing for authorization, and providing for an effective date. Mayor, this item is a result of a request from the last commission meeting to consider, bring back a mechanism for designating that property as a city park. It's currently zoned conservation, which is the only zoning that allows for a park. So no other changes will be necessary, just we change the name to Stella Lake Park.
We're just naming
We just name it, yeah. We essentially maintain it and treat it like a park. It has picnic benches and gazebo and trail and so forth.
Okay, and that's from the boat ramp to Dexter
Dexter Beach Park.
parking lot. Okay,
Parking lot.
okay. Do we have any additional factual testimony for or against? Okay, seeing none, do we have any public comment? I have two people. You want to come first? And then,
ladies.
okay, Diane. Gentlemen in the audience.
Diane Sykes, 304 Chestnut Street. What does the designation of park do to this area? Obviously, it's conservation for a reason. So why would you want it not to be a conservation area? That's the question.
Charles, do you want to speak?
Well,
to that as far as-
it'll remain zone conservation. Conservation allows for light recreation. So events could go on. It's just, in fact, when I came here, I thought it was a park. I kept asking, what's the name of that park where the gazebo is? And I don't know if you want to speak to this more about the use of the park. It's just creating another park.
Okay, so what is the definition of light recreation? What does that allow?
I'd have to look down. I don't know if that's defined in the code.
Okay, Mayor, could I say something here? Because I have the same question that Ms. Sykes has, and I have the city code.
I'm gonna allow Ms. Sykes to finish up her 3 minutes and then,
Sure.
and then you can speak. How's that? Because it's not at this time, right now, it's public comment.
Yeah, that's, I'd like to understand why it would have to be changed and what would be allowed that could possibly disturb the environment, because the reason it's conservation to begin with is obviously to protect the environment and the wildlife in that area. So I'd like to know what the effect of changing it to light recreation is going to have on that conservation and on the wildlife that will be affected.
Okay, thank you.
So we won't actually change it to light recreation. That's what it is now and has been. Basically, we're just calling it a park now.
We've got one more
Giving it a name.
speaker. Excuse me, we've got one more speaker.
I'll let her go first.
No, I'm gonna let you go first. Thank you, Dan. I know, but she'll get her chance. She gets her chance once we close public comment. I promise I'll give her a chance. Yes, sir.
404 Grand Rondo East. Talking about putting a parking lot in there.
Hold on one second.
About
Diane.
having 200 people go there for concerts and stuff on the water, right there at the boat ramp. Because that's how many people were there last time. 200 people. What are you gonna do about parking? Gonna park in the grass, block the boat ramp where people can't park their boat trailers, can't get in and out? And are you gonna put a parking lot in there? You're gonna put electricity to that gazebo out there? Yes or no?
The gazebo already has electricity.
That's a question to you.
It already has electricity,
Charles.
and all we're asking tonight is to name it Stella Lake Park. And there already are sunset concerts there.
You got this beautiful park over here with a brand new gazebo that's just been all rebuilt, beautiful park, plenty of parking. If they wanna watch the sun go down or having their concerts, why can't they go to the park that's existing there where the beach is? But if they wanna start playing music and stuff like that, you got a beautiful park here. Why would you spend more money over there? You got it already done. It's right there. It's a beautiful park. You know what I'm talking about? Right over here. That's what I got to say on that,
Thank you.
Michelle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other public comment at this time? Yes, sir.
My name is Norm Brown. I'm not a public speaker, so
That's okay. Would
Bear
you give
with
your
me.
address? If you would just give your address.
316 Grand Rondo.
Okay.
I side very well much with the gentleman here. It's a beautiful park. It's simple. And I think it needs to stay that way. I'd like to see it stay that way. It's why all my property here. A lot of nice wildlife there. We take a lot of evening strolls there. I attended the jazz concert. I loved it, but it was very graphic. You can hardly drive through this. That's probably more than I should have said.
No, that's fine. Thank you for sharing. We appreciate that. That's what this is for. Okay, do we have any other public comment?
This comes to every.
I'm his better half, much better looking.
Well, I'm so glad that you acknowledged that.
Debbie Reynolds, and we bought our property on Grand Rondo 3 years ago. Because of COVID, we have not yet been able to build our home there. We have made improvements to the property. We've been picking up a lot. of
Excuse me, if you would speak into the mic.
Oh, and I want to express too that we are so grateful for the new sidewalk and the speed bumps and for the police surveillance of the area. Things have really improved since we first came to this area 5 years ago. However, I did enjoy the jazz concert, but I did feel that it was slightly dangerous when it became dark. The only lighting down there was from a business, the Windstream business. We attempted to drive down that street and people were crossing the street. They weren't really paying attention. I don't think it's the proper venue for that activity. I agree with this gentleman that I think the Eagle Lion gazebo is much more suited to a concert. I like to enjoy my sunset in the quiet of the bird song. And I don't think that it's, the gazebo is large enough to have events like that. I think it's perfect for perhaps a discussion group or some artists. There are other uses of the park that don't involve big gatherings. I don't think it's big enough. There's no parking. And yet I would hate to see them make more parking there because I think it would disturb the wildlife. And that's part of why we bought the properties, because we enjoy the wildlife. Why?
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Okay, do we have any other speakers? I'm gonna let Veronica, if she can, go first, and then you can go right behind her.
Veronica Glover, 512 Grand Rondo East. I think the festivities, the Jazz Festival was awesome. It was a great event. As far as the safety, I think that we could block streets off so traffic can't go through, but that was the perfect venue for this activity. Something different, so it was unique. It just, the atmosphere was just awesome. I live streamed it on Facebook. Eric, where are you? Where are you? Are you in Crescent City? Yes, I'm in Crescent City. It's not like it's every day, all the time. It's only every, once a month, or however often that they're doing. it's not enough of those types of activities. I felt like I was in Maryland, I felt like I was in Atlanta. I mean, when I do my travels and I experience things like that in Orlando, it was awesome. Everything cannot be done in Eagle Lion Park. It was just, it was wonderful. And I am looking forward to it being done over and over again, to be on the lake, to watch the sunset go down, great jazz music. It was awesome. So I think the only thing that we could do different is block off the streets. But other than that, I hope that this event can continue in our community.
Okay, thank you very much.
Veronica, I think you have a good idea with blocking off from so-and-so to so-and-so, if that, the traffic in the darkness is the problem. I want to look at that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes, you do every time. I'm so sorry.
South, Highway 17, Crescent City.
You get that here.
I'm just looking for one first clarification, which is, my understanding of the resolution is that it has nothing to do with changing the zoning, it's just a name. So the resolution really, the discussion really is not about the resolution. But since it seems that people are sensitive about the conservation area, maybe the suggestion would be Lake Stella Conservation Park. And that would make people happy.
Okay,
But it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the zoning, so.
thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments at this time? Yes, sir.
Property 400 North Lake Street. I've often thought this Grand Rondo is a perfect setting to maybe permanently or partially closing off part of Grand Rondo. As far as lakefront property, Crescent Lake is kind of out of the question because it's all private property along there. With the city owning, pretty much all the lakeside along Stella, that's a perfect setting for a river walk. And just looking to the future. At one time, the easterly side of Grand Rondo, and I hadn't followed up on it, but at one time, it was subject for multi-use zoning, which would include commercial on the first floor and residential on the second floor, as an example. Perfect setting for a river walk, which would be a huge asset to Crescent City.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your perspective.
Did we get his name?
Yeah, I think yes, Karen did. Robert Lemon. Okay, do we have anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Elizabeth Gomez, 19 Cedar Street, and I have named myself, I'm the mayor of that street, so I take care of the trash.
Okay, good, thank you.
I walk it up and down with my dog and my cat. People maybe have seen me, my cat walks the trail. And it's just a dream come true because I was reading a book. I never knew about this gentleman. His name was Aldo Leopold, and he wrote the San County Almanac, and apparently was big in conservation and environment. And I think maybe that's the problem that we have with the naming of that park. That I think it would be like when you say I was in the Army or I was in the Navy, it's more cachet cream to say the conservation, you know, it will be a bigger name for Stella than just a park. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, do we have any other public comment at this time? Your last. Okay, we'll close public comment. Okay, commissioners, I'm going to bring it back here. I think we need some clarification. We appreciate all the comments on the activities that have occurred there. This is actually just naming this area. Is that correct?
Well, and saying it's a park, a lot of
It's a
people's
park.
testimony was it's a beautiful park.
Yes,
And I think everyone sees it as a park, so now it would be just known as Stella Lake Park.
okay, okay.
Mayor, if I could, please.
Can I get a motion first and then we can have a discussion? Can I get a-
I so move that we say, accept, resolution number 2022-01.
we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Okay, commissioners, let's discuss it.
I have some questions for Charles.
Okay.
Because, he has told me verbally what he thinks a park is, and I think some of the comments from the public are right on target. Charles has just said, if I understand you correctly, that we're just calling it a park, but because it's a park, it can have what kind of light activities, recreational?
No, because the zoning is conservation, you can have light recreation.
Yes.
No matter if we do anything tonight, it's zoned conservation, which allows for light recreation.
Okay, because this is, for one thing, I was reading in the CRA plan, it may already be a park. The CRA plan calls it Lake Stella Park,
Yes.
and there is a sign in it. But there's something that you've said that I think is not correct. You've said that the conservation district is the only one that allows for a park. Well, for one thing, I don't understand why this is before us as a resolution, because this was brought up very quickly at the end of the last meeting during commissioner comments by Commissioner Burke. I went and looked at the tape, and she said she wanted to remove the conservation designation from the resolution, from the area, and have it used more. And then there was a discussion between you and Commissioner Burton, and you suggested a resolution, and the mayor said, well, would you bring us back some recommendations? We did not actually vote as a commission to consider a resolution. And I just want to point out that most of these ordinances that we have before us, we've either workshopped them or had some kind of discussion of what kind of action do we want to take. Usually this commission does not just on a comment bring something back. We did not vote for that. The mayor said, bring us the recommendation. So to me, I think it's more appropriate to get a discussion and understand. I am looking at the land development code, and it says conservation district. You keep telling me we can only have a park if it's in a conservation district. We don't define park anywhere in our code. We have what we label parks, and we have public areas that are named parks, and some of them are zoned recreation and some of them are zoned public use. We call them all parks, but actually conservation district that says lands designated as conservation allows uses which are consistent with the primary goal of preserving natural habitat. Use potential of these areas is limited to natural open space, limited recreation use, and resource protection. And it says permitted uses, local, county, or state forests, parks, and preserves. I don't think there's any implication there that it would be a playground or some kind of thing with a structure. Public and private wildlife management areas. So I just want to be clear on how the area is currently zoned and what we're doing with it, because my experience and the experience of some of the people who live there and enjoy walking there is a sidewalk. There are a couple of picnic tables, and I remember when this was built, there is a bird viewing platform. Because the strip of land on Lake Stella is zone conservation, and as well, this is in our conservation, our comprehensive plan. Bird Island, the 2-acre island across, is also zone conservation, and the platform was put there. So I think Diane Sykes has a good point. What are we intending by naming it a park? Or, because you said to me, when I met with you, that if you would get this designation, so I assumed you were approving of it, then it would be okay to add more lighting, because I noticed on the agenda, you've already labeled the gazebo as located in Lake Stella Park. So I'm just not clear, based on the discussion we had in the last meeting, which was very preliminary, and what you're saying about light recreational use, what the actual intent of this is.
So I went through the zoning allowable uses, and for every zone, it's the only zoning that I found parks listed as an allowable use. That's where I read that. And we're not asking for any use or improvements to the park on this item. Later, we are asking to put a electrical panel out there, because there is electricity at the gazebo, and it's a 20 amp circuit. It's not enough power for we experience that when we have concerts there. So, but this is just to call the park a park, give it a name. Anything else would have to come back to you for approval. So I have no plans or idea, ever even thought about another parking lot, ever thought about other improvements. Even our redevelopment plan does show exercise equipment, like exercise stations. But tonight, I mean, those items would all come to you for a vote and public comment and input and so forth. Tonight is just, everyone refer to it as a beautiful park. We love the park. It's a park. We just haven't labeled it a park, and this would do that. We don't have to do this. I think the events will still go on there. People will still walk in the area. Everything will.
Wait a second, let me finish.
She's got her finger up.
No, well,
I'm.
we're gonna, go ahead.
So I think, we can go on as we are and just call that space between the boat ramp and Dexter Beach, or we could say Stella Lake Park.
Well,
Let me let Commissioner DeVito and then Commissioner Burton, and then I'll come back to you, okay?
I was, when I mentioned this at our last meeting, I didn't understand that conservation also included, you could include park in conservation land. So when I said, well, gee, get rid of the conservation, make it park, that's just being naive and just not knowing, I guess, the rules or whatever of how you label things. But as a promoter of, I just want to say, Sunset on Stella, it's been very, very positive in our community. The group that puts it on, we have already had our discussions as to how we can manage, the parking, how we can, without putting, a big parking lot there, how we can manage the traffic, and Veronica mentioned, of course, that, we should be blocking some streets. We've already discussed all that. But then we now have to bring that back to the city to discuss as a plan. Like, this would be the plan to maintain and control everything a little bit better. This was something that we just decided to kind of do on a whim to see if it worked, and it really did work. Very well received, and we will only make it better. Now, we have one last sunset. Our group has decided we are only going to do it 3 times a year, and that would be in January, February, and March. And we will not be back until next January, February, and March. So we have one more on March 19th, and then the rest of the summer there will not be a sunset on Stella. So the reason I mentioned making it a park is, everything that we put out as a promotion, it's sunset on Stella. And when you go to Stella, I'm a citizen here too, I walk the sidewalk, I ride my bike, I do all the things that everybody does. But by naming it a park, it just kind of gives it a destination. There's Lake Stella or Stella Lake, everybody calls it a little different. But then there's Stella Lake Park. It becomes a park, and it's just like I go to Sunset Park. Well, there's no place to walk or anything there, but I'll take I'll go up to the Chinese restaurant, get some Chinese food, and go there and watch, the sunset, or bring breakfast over. It becomes a park. It becomes more of a community. It's more of a community kind of name. And it doesn't affect the conservation of it at all. It's just people enjoying your community. That's the way I look at it. So, but I just wanted to make sure you all knew that I was a little bit ignorant when it came to conservation park. I thought it was two different things, and was very happy to hear that it really kind of wasn't. So.
Commissioner Banks.
Well, let me ask you, why change the name? Why we just can't let it alone? We still can have the activities down there. Lord knows we got enough parks in Crescent City all over, named parks. But don't stop me in naming them, because they're all over Crescent City parks. So why bother that? We still can have the activity. We're not talking about cutting out the activity. That is great. We need to move up. But why just name it? Why just name it? Because it's my understanding now, Mr. Dexter. Well, maybe I'm talking over somebody's head, but a few of us know where that park where Dexter Beach came from. He donated it to it. And it's supposed to be there forever, from my understanding. That was on record in KC.
But that doesn't change.
No,
That's
a
a
beach.
beach.
That's an
Right.
extra beach.
Right.
This is,
But why bother with it, period? Why waste time with it, period? Let it stay like it is. People use it, they do what they want to do. The city maintain it anyway, just like we do the beach. I mean, just like we do the other parts, they mow it.
Well, I think the question came up, and the answer may be no, we don't want to name it Stella Lake Park. So we have that opportunity now, that you can vote no on the resolution. I don't think we got a name, let's just leave it that area along the shore, and that's it. So it's just an opportunity. If you don't want to name it, then we don't name it.
Because if I may finish, if we name it a park, in other words, the next thing gonna come for the commission, where we need a parking lot.
Well, that's something I'm going to discuss later. Parking lots.
Well, and we definitely, if it's gonna be named a park, we definitely need a parking lot down on that area. Right now, when we have something, people have to park on the grassy side of the road or in the road, and wherever. So why bother with the parks? Don't y'all think we got enough parks in Crescent City for the population here, and for 2 square miles both ways? And we got enough parks, we got more parks in Palaca, probably.
Actually, Mayor, could I speak to that point?
no, I'm gonna allow him to finish. I'm gonna go to Commissioner West, and then I'm gonna go to you, Commissioner DeVito.
I'm through.
Okay, Commissioner West.
I'm good.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito.
Right, well, I just want to say two things. One is, I think Commissioner Banks is absolutely right. We have more than our state recommended share of parks. We have many times that number. We just reviewed that in the comprehensive plan, and we exceed the number of parks, playgrounds, boat ramps, in almost every single category, I think. The other thing is, the one thing that is useful about bringing up this issue is, and I hope we can discuss this in future. I think that the use of an area is governed by the zoning, not by whether you call it a park. And this may or may not already be named. There wasn't really time given to research that. But I would like us to discuss in the future the fact that this does appear to be a conservation zoning. And there are very specific goals outlined about what the purpose of a conservation district is. So I agree with Commissioner Banks. I don't see a need to give it a specific name. And I think a little more research should be done on what we're actually trying to do here.
It's my understanding that, again, we go back to this and And we did send it to Charles. This is Charles' recommendation that we do a resolution so that we don't kicking, so that we can make a decision on something. So that's why it's here before us today. And I do know that it becomes a concern that, when you're trying to tell somebody where it is, and it's, the gazebo by the boat ramp, between the boat ramp and Stella. So, I mean, between the boat ramp and Dexter Park. So, giving it a name, I don't know that that's going to be, I don't think it's
Well, if there's an intersection, it's, you can tell people it's at Central Avenue and Grand Rapids, or, I mean, there's plenty of streets.
okay. Do we have any other, input, comments, commissioners?
Could it be amended to say Stella Conservation?
Please don't speak from the, please don't speak from the, I know, I'm sorry, we have to have the rules up. I understand. You made that recommendation that we name it the conservation. And I think we've got, we have to be really careful too, in our definitions is what's conservation, what's preservation, and what conservation land really is, and it does allow light recreation. So with that, commissioners, if there's no other discussion.
May I make a comment? Would
Yes,
you
ma'am.
like me to rescind my
That's your choice if you want to rescind your.
I'm
motion.
going to rescind it, even though I don't mind the Lake Stella. I'm gonna call it Lake Stella forever. I'm sorry. Instead of Stella Park. And then let's think about it some more and perhaps bring it back at our
Okay,
next
do you want-
meeting.
Does somebody want to make a different motion?
Well, I make a motion that we table and do some more study, maybe a workshop on it, so we'll know, we can get all the bolts and pieces together, so we know what we're doing. So we just, to me, I think this was just a rush, I'm like the commissioner, it just was brought up on the tail end of our meeting, we didn't get a fully understanding. We need to get an understanding before we go changing Crescent City's name.
Okay, so you've rescinded your motion. Yes. And Commissioner Banks, you have a motion right now for us to table this and take it to a workshop. Is that correct?
I think that's what we need to do, we need to get some more.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second to his motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to table and take it to a workshop, and we have a second. Do we have any further discussion?
Can we do a half-hour workshop or whatever before our next meeting or whatever? Would that be possible?
It's up to you.
Rather than another night,
That's up to the commission, if that's what you want to do. Start at,
start at
5:30.
5:30?
I think that'd be great. Not another night, you're right.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Commissioner Banks, motion carries. Thank you for the discussion. All right, Charles, we want to start with our,
business items.
yes, sir.
First item up is the continuation of our contract with Clarion for finance and accounting services. You're all well aware, almost a year ago, we signed a contract to essentially be the finance director for our finance department. We look for a full-time finance director. As you know, we hired someone who was here for, I think, about 6 or 7 months, did not work out. In fact, quite the contrary. So we find ourselves a year later, still in a position where we need to continue the contract for essentially be the director of our finance department. And Mark Parks is here tonight representing Clarion to answer your questions. They provided you with 2 proposals to consider. One is another annual contract. It replicates the contract we have now. It does have an option, 30 days, we can cancel 30 days notice. Or we could do hourly, as we are with some of our other contracts, where we're charged for the number of hours we utilize. My recommendation to you is that we cap that monthly, cap the number of hours, so that essentially that we wouldn't be spending more this way than with the annual contract. You have anything you want to add in or introduce yourself, I guess, to the very new to us.
Welcome, Mark.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, and esteemed members of the council, and residents of Crescent City. My name is Mark Parks, and I am representing Clarion. I've been at Crescent City for a couple of weeks now. I have the experience as finance director of a pretty fast growing city in Florida, as well as being the CFO of one of the largest counties in America. So I come to you with a great deal of experience, and we will help the city continue to move forward. So I'm really here just to kind of answer any questions or concerns that you may.
Okay, I have some questions.
Okay, Commissioner Burton, I'll start with you.
Okay, I was just looking at the consultant agreement and, you know, if I read it, it basically says you're gonna be the financial director for us. We sign it for a year, and that the description is plan, manage, and direct the operations of the finance department, including personnel and operating expenditures of finance, accounting, cashiering, licensing, billing, and collecting sums due to city and related financial accounting and systems operations. I don't want to read this whole thing, it's pretty, you know, it's got a lot of meat and a lot of beef there. It really sounds like you would actually be a financial director for Crescent City. Is that what you're trying to be?
That's correct.
Okay, so now Crescent City, for about a year now, I guess we've been trying to find a financial director. Now, why haven't you been able to, in this year's time that you've been with us, actually taken over that so that we don't have to be looking for one right now? Because it sounds like that's what you want to be, but I guess, you know, we need another financial director to direct the final financial director called a Clarion. That's what it seems like. And that's what it seemed like to me as I'm watching this whole thing for over a year. You know, you guys have been here, we've paid you $76,845. We've also paid, I mean, the totals are just outstanding here, what we've paid really for financial direction here. It's been about $160,000 for this past few months. Actually, it's been a little more because I only put 3 months down for the one director that didn't quite make it. So I'm a little concerned with all of this. And normally when you outsource something, you outsource it so that you don't pay as much money as what you were paying, okay? And yes, granted, I know you're over on the other side of the world, but you know, today, after 2020, I would think that we could do a lot more on Zoom. I don't see why people have to come and charge us $900 a month. I don't know where you guys are staying or what you're eating or what you're doing. But it seems to me like everything that we have should be able to be transferred to you, you know, over the internet, and you guys should be doing your job. Because right now, it doesn't look like you're doing your job, you know, like it doesn't seem like we need a financial director if you guys were actually our financial director. Does that kind of make sense?
I don't know that he's, I mean, Mark, please understand, we know that you're not the, I know that he's not the one that wrote this, he's not responsible for this, Andrew's the one that does that, but if you can address these questions, thank you.
Well, sure, I could speak to that as the mayor mentioned this somewhat predates me. However, I do know that our president of our company has, at least I believe, the recommendation of Charles, that you just go forward with us as your finance director. I don't know why you went out, perhaps initially the plan was to have a Clarion here until you hired somebody, and then you would, you know, move forward. But one of the things that's come up is that it's hard, and I've been a finance director for many years. It's hard to find people at certain pay ranges that are going to be of the quality that you'll need, and you've experienced that recently. So our recommendation, quite honestly, would be to just, yes, name a Clarion as your financial director. And to your point, we don't have to travel here and stay in the hotels and spend the $900. That is the cap on the contract. Now, I've been here yesterday, today, and I'll be here tomorrow. But that's because I really need to get a handle on everything that needs to happen. Because the finance director position is a full-time position. There's a list of chores that this person has to do weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annually. So I needed to talk to that person. It's better in person to have some conversation as well as to meet the staff and build a relationship and then be able to do it virtually. But that $900 is the cap. So absolutely, we would prefer that you move forward with a Clarion as your finance director.
Now, you just said something that was interesting, when you had to come and talk to the financial director in order to know what you had, what you had to do. You see what I'm trying to say?
Well,
Well,
I don't know if I'm trying to be clear.
That's the best way to do it. Now, understand, I've come in the city.
I understand your new guy, okay, I'm not trying to kick you, but, for the city, we really just have to make a decision. Either we want a financial director, or a person that steps in and is physical and here every day, or we want a Clarion to do the job, okay, and be our financial director. And my next question is, the other thing that you asked for is you asked for 2 full-time equivalent employees throughout the duration of the agreement. And what actually are they doing for you to help you be our financial director? What are they, what is what's their job description, I guess?
And you're talking about the payables person and the payroll person.
Jill and Sheila, that'd be
it's
Jill
Jill
and
and
Sheila.
Sheila, so that was
So
the
that is-
accounts,
okay.
yeah, it's accounts payable, receivable, and it's then our payroll, our HR.
Okay, now I talked to Ms. Peacock and basically just to try and get a handle on it all. And she said the daily tasks and the weekly tasks, just what you're talking, the little ticky-tacky stuff. Is a Clarion able to do that, or is one of these full-time employees gonna have to put all the data in and then ship it to you and you guys do your magic, or how does that all work?
So part of my analysis is to determine how much that we take back and how much is covered by staff. My understanding is there's some capacity left in the staff. So some of those chores might go to the staff members and then the rest would come with the Clarion.
And there would be an adjustment of how much we pay you to do that? If we take on,
Only if we went hourly, if we did it on an hourly basis. We have 2 options here. We can do, is that correct, Charles? They've given us 2
Yeah, if
options.
doing that reduced his hours. then
Yes.
The hourly.
Yes. So we have 2 options. We can sign on with them again for just a base rate, a standard rate across the board, or we can sign on with them again for another year at an hourly rate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. And so if we went to an hourly rate, then at that point, then if we can take some of those services and put them back on some of our current staff, it would take away from the hours that he would have to put into it. Is that correct?
That's
Be a
correct.
savings for us. Okay,
Essentially.
okay, potentially, if we could do that.
yeah, potentially, because, they'll find enough hours usually.
Let me ask you,
Go ahead.
let me ask you a question. The way you talk, you done been around various organizations, companies. For a town like Crescent City, how many people they have besides the head person doing the bookkeeping, tax, or whatever?
This city is not uncommon. Typically, there is a person who does payables, which is paying all the bills, and there's another person who does the payroll, and then you have a finance person or a person in the utilities area who handles that, and then you have a director. So it varies from, 3 to maybe 7 people, just depending upon, You know, sometimes it's budget related, or it just depends, but
Okay,
you're
well,
right about where you should be.
oh, you see, we're right about where we should be for personnel wise. So we need a finance director. So the ball is in our part. So we kind of got to use them until we find,
Exactly.
yeah,
Right now.
until we
We
find
have
out.
tried and tried.
Yeah,
Well,
we
okay,
ain't got
okay,
too big a
let's-
choice.
I'm gonna get to you, Commissioner DeVito. I'm working down the line. Okay. When Commissioner Banks is done, then I'll move to Commissioner West and we'll move to Commissioner DeVito.
We need somebody to keep the books straight, to keep the auditors off our back. And so I think that's why we chose your organization, your company. And so far, you've been doing a good job, but I think, I don't know whether we don't pay a finance director enough money, why we can't draw down to Crescent City, but we need to look into that and we need to study that. It's just that simple. But in the meanwhile, we got to use your organization until we come to some conclusion about how much we want to pay a finance director to move into Crescent City.
May I just say one thing?
Yeah.
I did a little bit of looking, and financial directors, you know, if you look online and say, okay, I'm gonna put out, you know, Indeed, to Indeed and all the places.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Commissioner Burton, but in fairness, I think we're gonna go back and let's discuss that. We'll
Okay.
discuss that. So let me move down in fairness to the commissioners. So Commissioner West.
I think Mr. Banks has said my point already. We have tried to find someone to fill Debbie's spot. And Debbie needed some relief anyway. She was overwhelmed with what was going on. So you're filling it right now, so I don't know what the question is, you know? We don't have somebody else that wants the job. I think the objection is the money to it. In a small town, but I don't think that what you're charging is outrageous as other organizations or what's going on. It's just, we were very happy to have Debbie at that salary, and that's never gonna happen again.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Welcome. Thank you for your work. And this is really addressed to Charles and Clarion. We have had this discussion before, this exact discussion before last year when Clarion was hired. And just so the public knows, we have a memo from the city manager saying, and he just said, basically, we were thinking we would hire a finance director and that a Clarion's contract would terminate, but our finance director was not the right person for the job. So we do not have a finance director. The employment availability for finance directors, they are in very short supply and they are very expensive. That was why we brought a Clarion on board last year. And as well, Debbie Peacock, who was the most hardworking person, our retired finance director, she did not have a background in public accounting. And we did have audit problems. So the Clarion made us a very good proposal, and this is what I want to speak to. Last year, when a Clarion was hired, they made a proposal. Their purpose in being here was to help us develop some efficiencies. They did a PowerPoint handout that was very good. They were supposed to help us develop a number of efficiencies. They were supposed to handle our audit issues, because every year, every city has to have a financial audit. And then if we got an adequate finance director, perhaps they would turn it over. So I agree with Commissioner West. We need a finance director right now. I'm a little disappointed that Andrew is the head of the operation. It's not available to us. I'm also a little disappointed that we didn't get another copy of the PowerPoint, because we're having to remember your proposal for last year. And as well, I mean, I think y'all have done a great job, but I'm concerned about three things. One is, I don't see necessarily that some of the efficiencies that were promised have been achieved, and I'm not sure what the reasons were. One of the issues was consolidation of our bank accounts, and I understand from our city manager that that is nowhere near complete as well. You know, you have a job description saying that you're going to be a finance director, but usually for an independent contractor or even for an employee, you have benchmarks and deliverables. You're going, like, if you're an employee, you're going to, you know, after 6 months, you're going to achieve X, Y, and Z goals. I really would like to see something of that nature from a Clarion. And as well, I know that there have been different people assigned to us, and you can't help it if someone leaves or goes somewhere else. But from what I read from the city manager's reports and reading between the lines, it seems that we have been bearing the burden that our staff has to bring the new person up to speed. And it's my feeling that if we go forward with this contract, that a Clarion should take that responsibility. That in other words, if you need to work more hours to get up to speed, if you're a new person, I think a Clarion should be mindful of that. And I know you don't have control over a lot of these things, but you're the representative, so I'm telling you. And also Charles and the other commissioners. So I'm happy to make a motion that we accept the annual contract with the 30 days notice.
Well, we have two options in the annual contract, and before you do
Right.
that, I'm gonna let it go back to, I think, Commissioner Burton. I cut her off and let her.
No, and that's okay, because I think I kind of was making my point. But you know, getting back to Commissioner DeVito, she's absolutely right. There's a lot of things that seem to have kind of fallen through the cracks a little bit. And we paid you quite a bit of money, which is okay, because I was the one that was all for it. Because I believe we needed you at the time, and you brought us through the audit, you got us through the audit, and all that is good. But yet, once all that was done, you didn't really seem to be a financial director at that point, because we had bad financial directors that we, I guess, we hired. So anyway, that's on us, I guess. So my only concern is if we, because I think we have to go ahead and do this. But I really think if you want to be our financial director, then I want you to be our financial director, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but it makes sense to me.
And if that's
And
the
you need to
case,
be accountable.
and if that's the case, then we here, the commission, have got to decide, are we going to appoint them as our finance director, or are we going to try to continue to find one that is in-house and let them act as the finance director in the interim period? So we've got to make there's some decisions that we have to make here. So that we know where we're going, because it's time to cut bait.
Yeah, well, I have a motion.
So you want to
Make a motion.
make a motion?
Sure. Yes, I move that we enter into the annual contract with the Clarion. But notwithstanding that we continue to advertise for a permanent finance director. And the reason I make the motion that way is because we need a finance director. I think naming them our finance director gives us more of a position of stability. You should not be hiring a finance director quickly. I think that it is very conceivable. If we found someone, it could be 6 months to a year. And as well, Charles has mentioned doing a salary study. To me, it seems like this would be an opportune time. But anyway, just my purpose in making the motion in that way is that we have a permanent finance director, but we do allow ourselves to continue to seek someone on a, I guess, on a more less rushed basis.
Okay, I'm going to remind you again, we have two options here.
I know, and my option is to do the annual contract.
No, we have two options of annual contracts. We have one of them, which is a set rate of $6,800 a month. And then we have another one that is $125 per hour. And Charles has recommended that if we go with $125 per hour, that we cap it at $6,800 a month. So you've got two options in signing these contracts and approving these contracts. So that needs to be.
Yeah, my main recommendation was the
Yes.
annual, and I think that's her motion.
Yes,
For
that's
the
my
annual.
motion. Because the hourly is not an annual contract, is it?
Right, it's hourly.
Yes.
Right, so I'm going with option one that.
That was my understanding, that it would be annual, that would be set, that 125 would be set for a year. So
Well,
is
the
that-
term of that contract,
Yes, the term
yeah, but
is
it's,
an annual.
But you can cancel it in 30
You
days.
can cancel it in 30 days.
I think her motion is for the. we're
So
taking
you
a
want to
year,
go with the
$6,800
68, you want
a
to go
month.
with $6,800 a month,
Yeah,
the
Yes.
rate, okay,
Yeah.
and $900 travel.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
And can I just say one more thing?
What you can say, Charles?
Actually, council was telling me, we can't include the part about continuing our search, it's not an agenda item. It would just be for the contract, the motion would be just dealing with the contract.
Okay.
Now, I noticed that the staff recommends the approval for the annual contract and it's $6,800. And you're also including does the $6,800 include the travel and per diem?
No.
No, as presented,
The $900 extra. So basically, we're doing the whole thing for about $7,800.
No, we're doing the whole thing for $92,400.
potentially.
Potentially.
Well,
Okay,
I'm happy to amend my motion, but I'm getting very conflicting legal advice on what we need to notice and not notice. But that's fine. I will amend my motion that we simply continue the contract with Clarion for set annual price and designate them as our finance director.
I think
second. We have a second, so we can.
I'll second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Do we have some more discussion?
discussion, I think we need to put in that motion that determination, if we find somebody within, did you put that in the?
Well, it's in the contract that we
It's in
have
the
30
contract,
days.
and we have a 30-day out.
Okay,
So-
yeah, Thursday, okay.
So if we later decide that we want to continue to advertise and go forward, we have a 30-day out.
That's good.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion?
Maybe one more discussion.
Yeah.
So if we hire somebody, then they get their 30-day notice.
Not
Because what's happening is we've hired 2 people and they're still here.
Well, that's the out if we need it.
I understand that, but you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And go ahead, Commissioner DeVito.
Sure. Well, just keeping in mind, a finance director is what you would call an executive hire. I think if you're gonna take the time and get the right person, it will be time consuming. But the other concern that I have, and I think this is something that we would have to have Charles discuss with Andrew. I really would like to see written goals and objectives in addition to the contract, because they did a proposal for us before that was very specific. And it even had a timeline. I could not find it in my papers, but it had a timeline of what would be accomplished in 3, 6, and 9 months. And I think that would have been very welcome and appropriate to see here, and as well to see if we vote to hire them, to have them provide us with that. And then again, a monthly update on what they're accomplishing towards this goal. I think that would be very helpful.
Let me make one more comment. Those goals are right here in their contract, consultant agreement, am I correct? You've already got plan, manage, direct, maintain current.
Right,
current,
yeah, it's-
And
I think
that's
it's there.
listed. The only thing that's not is your timeline.
Well,
And maybe that can't always be given.
No, they did, I remember it was on orange and white paper. It was very shiny paper. And they had some very specific goals. And I would like them to do that again, because some of those things have not been completed.
Okay.
I mean, you would have an employee do that. So to me, it makes sense if they're gonna be our finance director, that they would revisit those specifics. Like these to me are general duties that are listed in the description of services. But they gave us some specific, hard, concrete objectives that they were gonna accomplish.
Well, can we just vote on this?
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
ask
we're
them
gonna-
to do that,
we're gonna-
what you're asking?
It's exactly what we're about to do.
Yeah.
So do we have any other discussion? Okay. And then we have a motion to accept this contract at $6,800 a month with a $900 a month travel expense cap. And we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion accepted. Mark, thank you. I'm sorry that we're not beating up on you. Please know that.
No.
I was, Mark,
That
I'm
he-
sorry, but
That he is he is new and we want you to come back. Please do come back. We are a good group to work with.
Mark told me he's been an elected official, so he
Yeah.
knows what it's like to sit on.
So he knows what to sit on this side. And you can take this back to Andrew, the comments, if you would, that we've had and the timeline that Commissioner DeVito is looking for. If you would take that.
Can I?
Yes, sir.
So one of the things, and when you hire the new person, and just like if I came in, then all of a sudden they're kind of the captain. So all of a sudden the Clarion kind of sat back and, watched that direction go by. Because the new finance director is going to get hired. Our thought would probably be, okay, so we just need to get them ready to be and let them move forward. So that might have been why some of the forward motion was stopped. But one of the things you talked about, why would you have somebody come in and help the new people as well as when the new person comes in to have a Clarion, go away in 30 days. One of the most important, or one of the strongest metrics in a well-run financial organization is consistency. So if you have a good transition or you have a consistent person as a finance director, your financial status will improve, your bond ratings will go up, all of that will work better. So it's just good to have a good transition. I, who's working with you now, am a goal setter, goal reacher. So, there will be some motion forward. So we're happy that you allowed us to continue, and I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to clarify, just to clarify, the finance director we hired, she came with very good recommendations. She passed all the background checks. A Clarion worked with her and tried to work with her, and we're thankful that they did not, that they were willing to stay the course with us, and so that you're still with us today. Thank you, because you carried us through a lot, so thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to the lien reduction request for 230 Central Avenue. I believe.
I think Zeb Cohen contacts.
Oh, that's Cohen, I'm sorry. I'm trying to move the evening. Consideration of contract with Zeb Cohen to update the city of Crescent City land development regulations. And I believe
Mark is here.
Mark
Mayor,
is
thank
here.
you.
He's been sitting here very patiently.
So this is a proposal or something that you've been long waiting for review and an update of your land development code. It'll involve public hearings. It'll be about a 6 to 7 month process. And so this contract is for that purpose to begin that. That was part of the reason for bringing Zeb Cohen on board for continuing services, to be able to have these special projects. This would be in addition to their monthly plan services they provide for us. And Mark Perret is here to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioners, do we have any?
I'd like to move that we accept the proposal.
We have a second.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any questions of Mark? Do you have any questions on the item? Most good. Okay, seeing none, then I'm going to go with, we've got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay.
I did have one thing I would say.
And well, I asked,
But
go ahead.
Okay, I think this is something that we wanted to do for a long time. It will, Patrick Kennedy, our longtime city manager, said that we needed to update our land development code. The proposal says specifically our code is an outdated suburban oriented code. And one item that's identified as being needed in our community redevelopment plan is updating the land development code to make sure that our community redevelopment plan can really work.
Okay.
And so that's part of it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Drive safe.
Drive safe. Drive safe. Okay, now we're gonna move on to the lien reduction request for 230 Central Avenue. And who's gonna be speaking tonight? Who's here to answer questions tonight, Pam? Are you going to give the presentation and then? Okay. Okay.
Mayor, I just want to mention, this item is not about the foreclosure process we're going through. This is a request that came from Code Enforcement Board for a lien reduction. They've made a recommendation to you, so it's here because of the process. It will impact that process, rent reduction. But tonight's, the question is not about foreclosure, it's about.
Thank you. Pam?
Good evening. This is case number 080401. It's 230 Central Avenue. Violation was chapter 6, section 6.1, which was the building code, was work without permits. The property is in compliance and has been since November 11th, 2011. The original code enforcement board hearing was April 22nd, 2008. The board ordered compliance by May 26th, 2008, or a fine of $50 per day, plus $50 for administrative costs, effective June 9th, 2008. There was a request for a lien reduction on May 17th, 2013. The reduction, the fine lien was not paid. There's been many other requests have been made to the city for reduction for the lien and the fine. City's collected $5,000 and $3,000 on two separate properties that were not within the city limits that Mr. Barber owned. The lien reduction form was received January 19th, 2022, requesting the fine lien reduction of $7,000 from $160,750. Again, property is compliance. This is a photo that I took in 2019. Code Enforcement Board's recommendation on February 22nd was to reduce the fine, the lien to $7,000 plus $50 administrative costs. My recommendation is to be paid within 30 days after tonight's meeting, the total of $7,050, or the lien reverts back to the original amount of $160,750. Any questions? Mr. Barber is just here, who has a representative that would like to speak to.
Is Mr. Strickland going to be speaking, or is it going to be Mr. Barber? It'll be you. Okay. Okay. Commissioners, I have a few questions, so if y'all want to get started, who wants to start? Commissioner Burton, Commissioner DeVito, I'm gonna start on your end this time.
Yeah.
I don't know that I have a question yet. I just have a comment that this property has been very problematic. I read Mr. Barber's statement. I mean, we've gone through a process, as I understand it, from looking at the history, and some of this was discussed at the most recent code board hearing on the fine reduction request. We've gone through a process of reducing the fine and to a lower amount, and then it hasn't been paid. And so that's happened before. It's been kind of a constant boomerang effect. And I know that Mr. Barber submitted a written statement that had some explanation for that. But I wasn't here during that long history. So I'm happy for anyone else to ask any questions, but that's my comment right now.
Commissioner West, do you have any questions?
We've reduced this property before, right?
That's the third.
Right. We reduced this property before, right?
Correct.
Okay, and here we are again?
Yes, because it was, the reduced amount was not paid.
Okay. That's all I gotta say.
Commissioner Banks.
Well, I think the card is out there, $7,050. And so we done tried it, that property been a problem for this, for not for only this commission, but some prior commissioners for years, trying to get them to update it, bring it up to standards. They seem to ignore our code enforcement board. So I'm gonna stick with that $7,050.
Commissioner Burton, you have any comments?
Yeah, I do. I agree, you know, I kind of looked up Mr. Barberich. And he basically owns 3 properties. He owns one on West Grand Rondo. He owns one in Pomona, excuse me, I'll say Pomona, but anyway, Pomona Park. And he owns the one in Crescent City here on Central Avenue. And he owes back taxes of $9,868. This is a problem, and I think that, you know, when you don't pay your taxes, you don't pay a $3,500 fine, what, a year ago or 2 years ago. There's something that just doesn't come together for me with Mr. Barberich, and I just myself personally think that it will always be a problem. And I'm a person that appreciates people that pay their taxes. That's what fixes roads. That's what puts kids through school. It does a lot of things for us. So anyway, that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Pam, when I look through this, it looks as if he has, is it 3 loans? And Mr. Barber, you might want to come speak, you might want to come up here and speak. But he has 3 loans, which might take precedent over.
I don't know.
Okay,
If you notice,
3 loans on the property. Plus he has, is there a revenue, Department of Revenue? Is there a revenue, or is there just the ad valorem?
the tax lien has been satisfied.
His tax lien has been
I
satisfied?
got a copy to
The revenue, Department of Revenue.
Department of Revenue has, okay, so it's just the tax lien, that he, I mean, ad valorem taxes that he has on it right now.
Okay. I didn't check the tax.
Do you want to come up and speak?
Yes. First of all, my name is Damon Stickford. I'm not a representative. I'm not a lawyer. I'm
Okay.
just a friend.
Okay,
Actually, real estate agent.
Okay.
We do have a contract on the property today, finally
okay,
finalized. They're looking at this. The taxes will be paid. Everything that he owes will be paid. Otherwise, the contracts won't go through. And he wants me to read that letter. You all have the letter.
Yes, sir,
right?
we have the letter.
Thank you. Okay.
we have, I read the letter.
Just, he wants everyone to know that is not purposely not paying his fines. He just could not pay at the time that these were, and there's some other things that was going on. And, you know, he's ready to make a new deal. The original was $3,500. He couldn't pay it at that time. In fact, I believe the original was $600. He just couldn't pay it. He brought in engineers. I have all the drawings. Everything's up to standard. It was inspected. The thing came down to one special item, and that was Mr. Barberich did not understand why the fine was started. And the, not corrections office, but the code enforcement officer, I'm sorry, just told him, okay, this is the procedure. We start the fine, we get it corrected. So he's under the understanding that he needs to get all of this done. He's thinking in his mind, I didn't get it done in time, so they're charging me. And it was actually, he didn't renew the building permit. And 31 days later, he got that permit done. And I would like to say he has owned several properties. Some of them were foreclosed during the 08. I mean, he just really is throwing his, self on the mercy of the commission. He is willing to pay the $7,050, and 30 days is plenty for him. He won't have it from the proceeds yet. These two, one is going to be 30 days, one will close in about 15 days. But he's going to borrow it from his sister and then pay her back.
Okay, so that was my question with the contract for purchase, is when it was gonna close, so.
Yes, I have the contract. I'll be glad to provide the copies for you guys or email them to you, however you want. I have it with me tonight. So, you'll be able, so to speak, this property will move on.
Okay.
The new owners have good plans for it. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think these owners own something else here. So they're making good plans. The city will start receiving from them.
So at the 7th, so now he could pay within that 30-day time period, the 7,000 without
Yes.
closing on the property.
Yes,
Is that correct?
and in fact, it should be shorter than 30 days.
Okay. Okay.
Actually, Mayor, I do.
Commissioner, do you have a question?
I do. And hi, I'm sorry, tell me your name again.
My first name is Damon. My last name is Stickford. Stick and forward Stickford.
Great, well, thank you for being here. So about the contract, I wish that it had been provided to us before the meeting.
To be honest, if you look at the times,
Okay, I'm just.
electronic signature was about 3 o'clock. I got it.
Well, it would have been helpful to have a copy for each one of us. And so my first question to you is this an arm's length transaction?
Absolutely.
And is it possible for us to know who the buyer is?
Yes, absolutely. I have the contract. I'm happy to give you the contract.
Until it's closed. Okay.
Do you have any, are there any issues with your parties about confidentiality? And you're talking about a purchase and sales contract, right?
Yeah.
That's
it hasn't
correct.
closed.
That's correct. It's contingent upon the outcome of this. Because if you were to say, he owes 160,000, he would have to renege on the contract, keep getting the property in better shape, and then try to sell it for a higher price.
The parties agree, it shouldn't be a problem.
If the parties agree, okay,
I can leave this with you. I have the electronic copies, so.
I don't need to see, you need to see a copy of the contract.
This is always, it's always nice to have contracts, but things aren't done until it's done. We can't assume that, this building is sold, and we can't assume any of that stuff. That's.
Well, with a contract, it's not until the day you close.
Right, exactly.
There's no guarantee until the day you close, but if he's willing to pay the $7,050, I guess that's something that we have to consider. The other thing, Mr. Young, let me ask you this. I know right now we have a lien on the property. So if we did that, this would release that lien once he pays that. I also, it's my understanding, he has several loans on the property. Is that correct?
Not through a
Is it-
bank,
Okay, so it's not through a bank.
not through a bank.
Okay,
Not through
so
a,
we would become the primary. We would become secondary because of tax liens.
Yes, I mean, I don't have there's a
Okay.
title search in here, I don't have it in front of me, but that's correct. If the Department of Revenue lien has been removed,
That's been removed. We have ad valorem.
I believe that was the only thing ahead of us, that the other ones aren't recorded. And there are no judgments against it, I'm not looking at it, but, I just remind the commission, going forward with $160,000 foreclosure on a piece of property over fines, something that was taken care of is not going to be viewed lightly by the court, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
If you're thinking of foreclosure.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, do we have any other questions? Okay, we have a recommendation here for $7,050, a reduction in this from $160,750. Do I have a motion?
And just so you know, you can make this contingent. If your concern is the contract of the sale going through.
Yeah.
You could make this reduction contingent upon the actual sale going through. If it doesn't, it goes back.
I just wanted to make sure you're saying that the courts would look bad on us for that 167. I mean,
Let me clarify.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
If you are considering foreclosing the property,
Yes.
okay,
Yeah.
you're not talking about money that was loan that's owed to the city.
Okay.
And I don't recall what the date of compliance was.
It was long ago.
Okay.
November 2011.
Okay, so fines have just continued to accumulate even beyond probably the ship. For someone to lose their real property, I don't know if this is his homestead or not. The courts do not necessarily look favorably on the use of the property because of a fine of this nature, because it's so large. Whereas the intent of code enforcement in most municipalities is to bring into compliance and to return some of that money in the effort to return the compliance. $160,750 far beyond the effort to bring that building into compliance. And he has other reasons. It would just be, in my opinion, from what I've seen in courts around here, that would be a hard explanation. I'm not saying it cannot be done, but that would be a hard explanation from a circuit judge.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I have a comment about that, and I appreciate Mr. Young's guidance on this. I think because of past history that we do have a concern, and I appreciate you pointing out that we could not only make the fine reduction contingent on being paid within 30 days, but also on the contract for sale going through. Is that correct?
I believe you could, if those are the stipulations. I understand that it's been reduced before and it wasn't paid for whatever reason.
Well,
I understand there's concerns with the commission, but I believe that you do all within your means to stipulate an approval based upon a couple things. One, house and the amount of time it was to be paid. In this case, it's been recommended 30 days or whatever you so choose, but also that the contract for sale goes through. Now, I'm not sure what the goal there is, because if it's in compliance, it's in compliance.
well,
And I don't know of any new code violations since, what was the date again?
November 2011.
November 2011, so.
right, well, this property is, I think, somewhat contributing to the blighted nature of downtown, because it's not really been utilized for a commercial purpose for all these years. So I think that's one of our concerns. And one of my questions for Mr. Stickler is the contract that you have for sale, is that with any of the people that he has a loan with?
No,
Okay, so it's with a totally different party.
yes.
Okay. Well, I will make a motion that we reduce the fine to $7,050 to be paid 30 days after our commission meeting on or before April 11th, 2022. And as well that the contract for sale must close, or the lien will revert to the original amount of $160,750. And do we need to put a date on when the contract has to close?
Let me ask you a question though, because he's already paid, so he will have already paid the $7,050. probably before it closes. So
That's fine.
it won't revert back to the 160. It would be 160 minus the 7,050, correct?
That is correct. I mean, and just keep in mind that contracts right now, and I'm sure
Yeah.
the realtor can speak to it. Although they may fall through often, they're extended for things to be determined, title search. Everything's behind right now in the real estate world, at least that I'm dealing with. So you're not close to the 30 days.
One good thing is that it is a cash deal. We're not dependent on any type of financing for the buyer, so.
So that's a good sign.
Well, that was a suggestion that we make it contingent also on the contract holder. I'm taking your advice there.
And we have the ability to, if it does not close, to put that back in place.
That is correct.
Okay.
I'm not recommending you do it. I'm just saying.
We have the ability
conditions.
to, okay.
So, because I would amend my motion to say, or the lien, if it doesn't close, the lien will revert to the original amount of 167.50 minus any amount already paid.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I'm gonna throw one more wrench in this
Sure.
real fast. And that's only because this contract might not close. He might have a backup contract. This happens oftentimes. You have somebody as a backup. Do we want to be date specific and not necessarily with this contract, but that this property closes? Can we do that by a certain date?
You can, but again, you know, you have to be careful of dates because contracts get extended, closing dates get
Okay,
extended.
so we just want to keep it with this one. Okay,
I want you to do what you feel comfortable with.
okay. Well, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Oh, who seconded it?
Nobody.
Somebody. Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Okay.
second.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Okay, no more discussion?
I have a question for Mr. Stickler. So, do you think it can close within 30 days?
Yes, because there's no, it could have closed in 2 weeks. The buyer asked for the 30 days.
Okay.
12, if it's important, the 12, the inspection period is 12 days.
Okay,
So at that point, if it doesn't close, the buyer's gonna lose his deposit, so.
Okay.
I can keep you appraised to that also.
well, and like Mr. Young said, maybe not keeping it to a date, but just to that contract. And so we will make sure that we have that maybe Charles has, or actually Pam, would Pam be the one to have that particular contract to know that it's gonna close? Okay, okay, so we have a motion and a second. Yes,
Can
ma'am.
someone repeat the motion? Let's make sure.
Okay,
we
she
know what
has
we're doing.
made a motion that says that we're going to reduce the fine to $7,050 payable within 30 days by April 11th, 2022. Secondary to that is this contract that he currently has on the property must close.
Or
Or it's going to revert back,
Original amount.
not to the original amount, to the original amount minus the $7,050 if he has paid that amount prior to.
Okay. All right, actually, my motion was
Can I ask-
167.50 minus any amounts paid.
Okay, any amounts paid, okay. Yes, sir.
Can I,
Yes, sir, you can.
okay. Would it be okay? I mean, as soon as, if this contract is not gonna go through, that I bring in another contract, that we could still continue? I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be in the motion, but are you, I'll come back and I'll say, this one fell through, I have another one.
Well, that was what I was getting at just a minute ago, as far as, sometimes that contract might fall through and you might have a
Right, I mean,
one of the wings.
we had a lot of action on it.
Yeah.
This seems to be a very good area to invest in right now.
Instead of this contract, a contract closes
That's what I was trying to say, that a contract closes within
60 days.
60 days.
Okay, I think that would be much better.
Okay, do you want to amend yours, or do you want to keep the current motion?
So amend it. Any contract.
So
would-
second.
Okay, within 60 days. Okay. And by having this reduced, that would be better for you to market it should something happen.
Absolutely.
Okay, okay, good. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The motion carries.
Thank you
You're
very
on-
much.
Your time clock's starting. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Mayor, before we move on,
Mhm.
I asked West, I don't remember if they made some comments, but would you have done something differently? Or if you don't want to say, that's fine, but we go through this occasionally, and if you have any words of wisdom for us, I guess that's what I'm
No,
asking.
it's not differently. This is the second time and.
Don't be surprised if he doesn't come up with a goal.
Right.
Can't hear you.
Right.
Right, you have to talk into the mic.
And
Don't be surprised if he doesn't come up with a goal. That's all I say.
this property owner has been problematic with this and with all his properties.
Okay.
And it was repeated to me what I won't repeat, but he said, so and because it's gossip, so I won't say it. But that's the attitude here is, well, they'll release it, don't worry. And that makes me mad. And I'm mad, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You can be mad.
I'm mad.
Okay, so you gotta tell us before we vote not to do it.
Well, no, that's
That's
okay.
okay.
We've discussed everything
Okay.
and that's just my opinion that he's, you know.
We're gonna hope that he,
Right. So
Yeah, I hope
maybe,
it goes
maybe
well.
it'll all work out, but
But if not, okay. well,
if
that's-
somebody truly has a problem, they can come in and say, listen, I've got some financial bind right now. Can I pay some along or whatever? But that's not happening.
That's not what he
That's
does.
not, that's not going on. So I mean, I'm mad.
I think the only thing is that like Mr. Young said, as we go forward and try to get this 160 in foreclosure, like right now, you know, what is that old saying, you know? Burn the hand.
Well, I'd also remind you that a foreclosure doesn't mean you get the property. Foreclosure means it goes up for sale,
Right.
and then you may or may not sell it for that amount.
We might not get
So,
Okay. Okay. We kind of deviated there a little bit, so. Now we're gonna go on to the introduction and discussion of the animal control ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is to introduce the sort of a merging of the county's animal control ordinance with our own. To have that effort in the packet. This was a recommendation as part of the interlocal agreement, since the county does handle our animal control for us. It makes sense that our ordinances mirror. There are some things allowed in the county which would not be allowed in the cities, such as livestock and so forth. So rather than just adopt it wholesale, we've made an attempt to show you what it would look like with the two together. And so tonight is to talk about it, make any other changes, provide us with direction, what to bring back to you to adopt at the next meeting, the first reading, next meeting.
Okay. So this is consideration of the, of what we would bring back as an ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioners, do we want to discuss this? There's a lot
There's a lot in here.
of, there's a lot here. This is very extensive. Yes, ma'am.
I have some technical issues that need to be addressed.
Okay.
Ma'am?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Tread very carefully because I prepared this document with Karen's assistant. So tread very carefully on this.
Okay, well, you know,
I'm
it's
just
on the
giving you a
whole.
heads up.
I'll start with positive. On the whole, I thought it was a pretty good job, and I looked very carefully because there were a lot of strikeout additions.
Yes.
Our Crescent City ordinance was very short, and now we're putting in the county version.
More detail, a lot more detail.
Yes, more detail. But anyway, so I looked very carefully, and I did notice that you retained the existing Crescent City provision. I think it's 4.11 or 12, requiring that people be responsible for picking up their animal waste. I did not want that one to get lost. Basically, it's the scooper law.
Right.
So that was good, but
That would be 4.10 now. It was 4.12, now it's 4.10.
so, okay, but there are a couple of sections that should not have been transferred in there and that we probably need Mr. Young's firm to give us the appropriate wording. From 4.28 to 4.31, just the county's ordinance was cut and pasted, and that doesn't really work. For example, in 4.28, where it says the definition of department head, it just says the head of planning and zoning. It doesn't say county planning and zoning, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about
Right, it would be county, it would
county
be county.
as well, and this is where I think Mr. Young's firm might be helpful, is to really just say whoever the official is designated by Putnam County to be in charge of the animal control process or animal control services.
So where do you want to add that language? And this is something that as we send to Mr. Pickens, this is our opportunity. And this is just an opportunity for you to go through and to strike out what we want to strike out, what we want to keep, how we want to change it. It was just a merging. That's all basically what we've done here.
What I'm saying is I think that we need some more general language for 4.28 or more specific and then more general. So that if the county changes who is in charge of this, that we don't have to change our ordinance. And then there's some items that are not within our authority. 4.30 is the county's language that establishes the Animal Services Advisory Committee. That's not something within our authority, it's already established. And again, I think that would be up to Mr. Young's firm to tell us whether we need to even reference the Animal Services Advisory Committee, because I don't think what they do makes any difference to us. As well, 4.31 is the county's language that actually establishes the animal shelter, which is not in our power. There was stricken language that referred to the county's shelter and services, and I don't see why we wouldn't keep that.
And you can keep that. It was just, this is a little more detailed about how that's established, how the animal shelter is established. So
Right, but that's not within our authority. I mean, this is gonna be under interlocal agreement, and we just use whatever they have. Something I did, some parts on 4.32 that says exempt animals, there were some parts that made sense, like exotic animals or that are kept in your home, like birds or reptiles or whatever, and I think those are regulated by somebody with the state. But my question is, do we need an exemption for hunting dogs, stock dogs, and poultry and farm animals? Because we really don't have those, and should we, whatever section of our law it is that restricts farm animals in town, maybe we should cross-reference that. I'm not understanding that we really need an exemption for hunting dogs and stock dogs.
Well, we do have some people that might have hunting dogs and
Right.
in the city, within the city limits.
But that's the distinction. This is the city, not the county, and even if you're a hunting dog, you don't need to be running around. You need to be kept up just like everybody else.
Right.
So, I mean, to me, that's the difference between the city and the county. And I don't really understand 4.46. I'm not sure it's clarified who is the special magistrate.
Well, and that was something that we need to discuss. How do we want to handle this? They handle it through a magistrate.
But I guess besides the technical things, I'm a little concerned about the exempt animals. I really don't want to exempt stock dogs and hunting dogs. I don't want some kind of dog that can be allowed
Well,
to
you
run the
can-
street.
Okay, then you can add that back. You can add that back in. And not have that.
Take them out.
I mean, that's what I meant, take it out.
So I think that's fine. Yes, important.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't see the time, so I'll take off my glasses. I have no idea why. It's just how it is.
Don't like them.
Well, focus.
Yeah. We have any other comments?
I have one.
Commissioner West? What page?
Let's see, it's not page, it is
Should have a page right here.
at the bottom, page 8. I'm sorry, I had it KJ, tethering. I have a neighbor that tethers her animal every day, and she has a stake in the ground and a long chain. And he gets to stay out, or she gets to stay out for a few minutes every day, that's fine. Maybe this is just too personal. I don't like tethering all the time, and that's the way the dog or whatever is kept. Outside on the chain, to a tree or something in the ground that keeps them from running away. To me, that's cruelty.
Is that prohibited? That's just the definition.
That's right, but I don't see it's prohibited anywhere. There's my
Yeah,
comment.
there is something in here that states a cruelty, when you look at your cruelty to animals, and it talks about how they can be tethered.
Yeah, there's a long explanation.
Yes, on how they can be tethered.
Section is.
So in other words, if I put a stake down and put my dog out and got him on the chain,
Well, that's okay for part of the day or whatever, but
Not all day.
24/7, that's cruelty. And even if they have a little doghouse, they can run in and out of. I just don't like it. I don't know if that's.
Well, Mayor, I have a question related to Commissioner West's comment.
Yes.
I think y'all get too nitpicky.
Well, and it's not.
I really
nitpicking.
do.
This is, Mayor, can I?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So it was my understanding that we were going to adopt the county animal control ordinance because under the interlocal agreement, they want us to have, relatively speaking, the same ordinance. Is that not right?
If they requested that we adopt it.
So if we have different regulations about tethering, is that, does that still meet their requirements?
I could speak for them. The code enforcement officer is going to be, the animal control officer is going to be familiar with their ordinance.
Right.
And have to become familiar, I guess, with it. I don't know what they do now. If there were any significant differences. I don't see where it mentions tethering elsewhere.
Cruelty, it's in 4.1, cruelty to animals.
What page?
On page 2, if you go to page 3, 15. It shall also be considered animal cruelty to tether a dog outdoors, except when all the following conditions are met.
Page 15.
Page 3.
Page 3, I'm sorry, item 15, when you go down to section 15. It must be at least 5 times the length of the dog's body as measured from the tip of the nose to the base of the tail. It terminates at both ends with a swivel. Does not weigh more than 1/8 of the dog's weight and it is free of tangles. Dog is tethered to prevent injury, strangulation, or entanglement, and has access to reasonable shade, water, shelter, and dry ground, and must be at least 6 months of age, and the dog is not sick or injured.
But it does not address the length of the day that he's there. It doesn't say he can be there all the time.
Yeah.
I just,
And maybe that's something that should be added.
I'm thinking so, but maybe
Now-
I don't agree, but
Whatever.
Can I make a recommendation there?
Yes, sir.
yes.
I think you've got 2 issues you need to get back to address. One is the communication with the county as to if you're gonna have an interlocal agreement, are they gonna allow variances in your ordinance from there? Because that becomes a problem for the code enforcement, for their animal control officer.
Right.
And if so, how much of a variance on the issues? And 2, there's a lot of input going on here. I think you gotta find that answer first. But it sounds like you need some dedicated time where you can walk through this. Either it's gonna be easy, and that the county says that you want to keep it interlocal, you gotta keep the same rules we do. Or if not, you can vary from that, then it sounds like there's a bunch of it. But right, spinning your wheels for no reason.
Okay.
Whereas I hate to see those dirty words, workshop.
I think that what we need though. When we getting too particular, too nitpicky to me, who's gonna control and maintain and watch over all this, what we changing,
Well, but that's why we're trying to, we don't have that here. That's why with our interlocal with the county, it would be up to.
Well, we provided them with a copy of this
Yeah.
same document, and that will be part of the consideration that we bring back to you. So we can come back to you as a workshop.
Well, you know what, I need to say what I want to say. I haven't had my shot yet. 4.5, page 4, keeping undomesticated animals. And basically, that whole section is kind of messed up.
Now, that's our current,
Yes, I know it is,
language.
but it's for purposes of the section. It says undomesticated animals are defined as horses, mules, cattle, goats, swine, rabbits, poultry, fish, etc., and anything. And all other animals not commonly used as household pets. And then it says, it shall be unlawful for any person to keep undomesticated animals within the corporate limits of the city, except at more than 250 feet from any dwelling or adverse property ownership. And then it says, it shall be unlawful for any person to keep undomesticated animals within the corporate limits of the city, which by reason of frequent or continual noise, smell, or other unsanitary conditions disturb the peace, comfort, or health of neighbors. And then the next thing it says, animals running at large prohibited. And then it says again, it should be unlawful or any animals of the equine species, cow, cat, bull, or bitch, meat, goat, dangerous, vicious, whatever, to be allowed or permitted to run in or on any of the public thoroughfares, squares, or enclosed lands or other public lots for the city. And recently, we've been having a whole lot of those kinds of critters running down along Grove Avenue and here at Banks Park, right in that area. Because we have a farm right off of Walnut. And to me, I just think that we need to not have farms in the city limits. That's the way, I don't think we should do that, but.
The other thing you probably ought to spend a little time looking at is making sure it goes along with your zoning.
Yeah.
Because you may be addressing this in your zoning as well.
Okay.
So anyway, I just wanted to.
Well,
There are
with that,
some
do we have
things.
a motion to send this to
A workshop.
a workshop?
I think we're gonna have to, the way we
I think. we
add
need
and
to-
take it away, we're gonna have a workshop, or we'll be here all night.
Well, yeah, okay. First of all, I would.
Audience, I'm sorry.
Is it possible that we can ask our attorney to clean up what needs to be cleaned up before we bring it to a workshop so that we can have that? And then Mr. Young suggested that we inquire the county as to how much deviation we can make. And I think the main deviation that we're looking at is the feathering.
Well, I mean, you can have him clean, you can have him clean it up, except for how do you want him, I mean, what do you want him to do other than go to the county and see will they accept these?
No, but there's some technical issues. The ones I identified that it just doesn't read right. It's not a proper. We have things in there that don't belong.
To pull, if we have to pull those out.
Well, they need to be in, some things need to be said in a different way.
I thought it was the purpose of the workshop, and
Yeah.
as a commission to agree upon the wording. I can
No,
cut, move, and do all kinds of stuff, but I don't know what the commission as a whole.
okay.
And this is their language. Let me just share that this is the county's language as it's written. This is the
Okay.
county's language.
For example, Mr. Young, we don't need the county language that establishes the animal shelter. We don't have the authority to establish an animal shelter. We shouldn't have that.
May require us to refer to the fact.
Okay,
that
but
the
that's
county-
what I'm saying. That's not really for us to write. My suggestion is that the portions that we have lifted from the county ordinance that create an entity or a service, that we need our attorney to properly modify that so that we're not creating it, so that we are simply referring to it. And I think that it would be much better done by an attorney than having us sit around in a workshop, coming up with whatever it is we come up with.
So we can schedule that workshop after we hear back from the county, so I get back to you with dates on that. Probably gonna be May.
Yeah.
If you're wanting us to do the cleanup, we'll also do that
Yeah.
prior to.
Believe me, you're gonna need time to do that. And never again will I ever touch one of these. Poor Karen,
It's too detailed.
poor Karen, yeah.
Well, but you did it, and now you know it really well. So there you go.
Yep, we know it really well.
Right.
So is there a motion to move to workshop?
I assume a
Okay,
workshop in May.
so we have a motion and a second for a workshop in May. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, we're gonna have a workshop in May. In the meantime,
The next time, you may similarly want to schedule a workshop.
let's move on to the next one, which is gonna be introduction and discussion of special events ordinance.
And the point of this was just to get it to you, introduce it to you, it's a long document.
And I
extensive
appreciate all the work.
process.
Yeah.
If you want to go ahead and schedule that. The reason I'm saying May is I know there's not good availability among you in April. And we have two other requests I had for branding and budget workshops, so.
Yeah.
Right.
If you want to move this one to a workshop to be determined,
Yeah,
I can poll you and find out when they're available.
yeah, so move.
Yeah, I do. We have a motion. Do I have a second? We have a motion to workshop this.
I said it, so I can't second it.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay. Now you can go.
Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna move on to discussion of the sign code revisions.
We're not taking our.
No.
Okay.
Do you need one? Y'all need a vote?
I vote for May, but
Let's keep going.
Okay, this item, to recall, I believe it was last summer, prior to my arrival, we suspended enforcement of the sign code, some issues that had come up. And we do have an opportunity to revise our sign code as part of the land development code update. It occurred to me with we do have some new construction on the highway, that's our thing about the signage, and it might be a good idea to have our sign code enforced and with a few tweaks. So the document I sent to you was that code, and I did highlight. There's just a first one of the grammatical error, 54 of 69. Page 56 of 69. The following signs are prohibited in all zones. Signs which incorporate any manner of flashing, moving, or intermittent lighting. This does not include time and temperature units or units utilized to announce governmental services, such as our city hall sign. But I think in the future, as part of our entry features, we may actually want to have a sign that's electronic that says, you know, movie in the park this weekend or something. And this would prohibit our own sign. Also highlighted there is portable signs. And so in the future, we're going to want A-frame signs on the sidewalk, cafe signs, and so forth, like you see in a pedestrian district. Those would be prohibited as portable signs, as well as off-premises signs. I highlighted this because we have quite a few of those. Everything from the free banana sign near the corner, and the thrift store sign, to the nursing home as an installed sign actually at the corner, directing people to the nursing home. So if we do want to continue to prohibit those, I want you to be aware there's going to be some enforcement. You'll get some calls, just to let you know. And then finally, the next page, 57 of 69. These are entry signs for subdivisions. Doesn't come up here specifically, but allows one entry sign. And just typically you see if a new subdivision were to be built, there's one on each flanking side. This would prohibit that. And the bottom of that page, notwithstanding other provisions of this chapter, the city commission may permit a special event signing program for a period of no more than 30 days in a year. I think some events we had would easily surpass that total, so we may want to reconsider that. For instance, we advertise the farmer's market. We could well exceed that partway through the year. So that's the thing.
Well, let me ask you this. I should have asked you when you went over it. Now, if I got a business, okay, like Free Bananas, okay, I put a sign out on 15 wheels, letting the customer know that I'm down, I'm about 3 blocks down.
That's currently prohibited.
That prohibited already?
Yes, sir. We're not enforcing it right now. We've suspended enforcement. It's currently prohibited.
I think that's not doing our, getting our customers.
In the future, we're gonna have wayfinding that shows all the businesses that are down that way.
Right,
So we may want to reconsider that.
Yeah, but I think that's, it is ridiculous. I got a business there and we trying to recruit businesses to come in. We definitely don't want to put an ordinance there that's gonna.
Right. Well, that's why we
Stop
put
that.
a moratorium on it.
Right,
and stop it,
right,
especially
right.
during the COVID, so that our businesses would
Right,
be
we
able
have to
to
be very careful.
survive.
So to wait for the rewrite of the land development code will be 6 or 7 months.
Mhm.
And I didn't know if you want, we could also workshop this to make a few changes. That offsite premises signs is also mentioned again on 58 or 69. So if you want to reconsider those items I've highlighted, I could bring back recommended change to you in April to adopt while we go through the whole code, which will take.
You need to make sure that the businesses are aware of this too, so that they can, so they have an ability to weigh in on it and how it affects them.
Yes.
You know, in the past, we had, now that's one way to get this commissioner room full of people. When you put something like that, it'll be packed.
Yeah.
On the side, or I can assure you that. I remember the last time we tried to do that and Greg did.
Well, actually making the sign code less stringent, would be appreciated. The challenge is if for offsite signs, for instance, if we have 10 businesses down central, and all 10 of them put a sign at the corner, and then it's a mess.
Yeah.
And then who's blocking my sign and they're in here, so that's, I think, the intention of that, so it doesn't become a cluster, every corner has 15 signs.
But I can understand that, yeah.
So we may
And
have to think about.
some of the signs look pretty ratty too. I mean, let's be honest, some of the signs are looking pretty ratty, so it's a maintenance issue too, and making sure that they.
So I can talk to our planner and bring back proposed language for these little tweaks. That's your desire, and then we can look at the whole thing through our contract, which is.
I think that'll be good.
Anyone need a motion on that? Commissioner DeVito, do you have a comment?
I do. I thought you had a good point that we should make our businesses aware that we're looking at revising the sign code. And as well, that was a thought that I had about the special events, whatever ordinance that we may be considering. I think it would be helpful to make the special events ordinance and the animal ordinance as widely known and available to the public as possible, particularly the special events ordinance. To organizations, to individuals, maybe we're very small county. I think that would be helpful.
We can actually distribute that through the downtown partnership has representation from
All the civic organizations.
For distribution.
Anyway, so we need a motion to bring back the sign ordinance in April. Is that what we need?
Yeah, that's my request.
Sign
That's what you're gonna do.
yes.
Now, what we gonna do in April? We just
I'm gonna bring you
load
language.
it down. All right.
I'll bring you some recommended language just for a couple changes.
Oh, okay.
To at least bring what we have into compliance
Right, by the planner.
Okay.
from our planner. Yes.
Right, so some that we authorize you to
Okay,
ask the planner to do that, bring it back in April.
we have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second, do we have any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Next one's going to be the consideration of installing new poles and lights at the baseball field. Utilize better place plans. You want to speak to
Thank you,
this?
Mayor. Yeah, this item is, we've talked about it for quite a while. If you recall, there was an invitation to bid back in 2020. Initial price came in at $185,935. There was another bid, was later bid process where AEC submitted a contract proposal for $70,623, which was just for the lights themselves, not the poles. I did reach out to this firm to update their bid and they declined to resubmit. We have in your packet a bid from the firm that has done the lighting for fields of Palaca. Mayor Hill was helpful in getting the gentleman, Mr. Van, to come down, look at our fields. Gave you a proposal to reuse the wooden poles or to change them out for concrete poles, 500 watt LED lights. And so we had talked about using ARPA funds, the Rescue Act, if we had any left after doing some infrastructure projects. And my feeling is we can do this now. That would be in maybe 2 years. We could do it now with Better Place funds and just, it's part of my effort just to fix everything we have that's broken. We have things that are broken and just get these repaired. My recommendation is the concrete poles for the $94,500, and then we use the Better Place funds. As I showed you in the packet, it's included. We actually have more Better Place funds than we originally anticipated, so we can easily cover this and not touch the rainy day fund you asked us to maintain.
Okay. Thank you. That's taking pride in our property. It's hard for us to ask others to take pride in their property if we're not willing to take pride in our property. So
I think that's a good idea. We need, once upon a time, we had lights out there. And we had activities out there. Cause, the junior football league came to me and asked me about it, but we hadn't got the price that you got for it, because it was $180-something thousand at that time. Yeah, and we definitely didn't have the money to allocate towards that. But when we got it to the place that we got it now, I think we need to go ahead on it. People, so they could have things out there at night.
when he's done. Commissioner Banks. when he's done.
Yeah.
You done? Okay, Commissioner Burke.
Well, the Better Place plan has been used for a lot of different things for in a lot of different communities. And yeah, we could use it to spend $94,000 to put lights on an old softball field. Or, okay, we could use it for a lot of other different things. One thing I didn't see, I understand he likes to fix things if they're broken, but how many people have actually asked to be on the ball field at night to play ball? You know, is there a lineup of people that want to, $94,000 is quite a lot of money, and you need to kind of ROI some of this stuff, the return on investment. We got a few problems down there at Gary Banks Field. Number one is I love the fact that you put the new lights on the basketball court. It's all cleaned up over there. It looks good. What I don't like though is every Saturday and Sunday when I come down Walnut Street, we have a soccer game. There's no parking over there. You want to complain about parking for Stella, there's no parking for Gary Banks Field at all. There's no parking for Eagle Lion Park, really. And maybe what we need to do is just take a little broader look at how to spend our Better Place plan. And maybe it's time to look at our recreational fields, look at our parks, and say, how can we improve them for what's happening today? And today, why not, instead of put lights on the softball field, which by the way, it is a softball field, it's really not even a regulation.
Football field.
No, it isn't. The football field is really where the soccer field is. That's the size of the football field. And why not put the lights on the football field? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And why not take the old softball field, which is actually a small, it's small, and make that a parking lot? I mean, because right now we're having people more playing football, more playing soccer. If you wanna do something like, do something that night, like a rah-rah thing, a rally or something, we could use more bleachers around there. You can just, it's time, I think, to update that area. The other thing, I see some hands. The other thing though, too, I mean, we use Better Place Plan money. People, different places have used it for community centers. Sometimes we kind of poo-poo that idea, but community centers can do a lot of good for the community. And I'm a person that would like to do more for more people. I think someone mentioned having a splash pad. I forget, there was someone out there that mentioned maybe it'd be nice to have a splash pad. Okay, yeah. a
I've been
splash
yelling
pad.
it for years.
This is for, a lot of people would use it, even adults, okay, would jump in splash pads, especially come, August and September, it'd be great to run through the splash pad. But I'm just saying, I just don't think that you should take an old field and put $94,000 there. Maybe if you think, think outside the box a little bit.
Okay,
Okay, well,
any more
Can I-
comments? Yes,
I do.
okay, I'm gonna come back to you.
Okay,
I'm gonna
thank
go to Commissioner West, I'm gonna go to Commissioner Vito. And then I believe on this item, if the commission is okay with this, we have some public that does want to speak. And so we'll ask them to speak. They raise their hands. Don't just squint your eyes at me. They raise their hands. Go ahead, Commissioner West.
I like this idea because we have not been able to use this field for a long time. When I was a bit younger, we used it at night and played softball, and it was both sexes, whatever, you had teams. Had a great time out there. I don't know if you even remember that. But now
I
it's,
remember.
because it's dark, it's unusable. And a lot of people would come out and use it if we had the lights on. And I think for the community, that's a lot of people that could use it. Young, like we've had, they want to use it for baseball, right? That, what's her name that came?
That was Pop Warner.
Pop
Football,
Warner,
football,
football, whatever.
Yeah.
And that's fine. They are kind of young and they won't be out there at night. But I think we could use that a great deal if we could get it lit. And I like the idea of lighting more of a football area.
And that would be the soccer field, that's
Yes,
right next
yes,
door.
right.
That's
That
what I'm
is
talking about.
the north southeast corner of it.
I want to add, I love Commissioner Burton's ideas and the word "and." So the ball field and the
Yeah.
soccer field and the other project.
But this is just for that area.
And the parking.
Okay, let Commissioner West finish.
And who's gonna pay for the electricity?
We are.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, and that's.
Well, with the LED lights, you see that.
That's a
in-
big savings.
That's a
That's
great
the
big
savings,
savings,
That's what he
yes.
said. That's what he said. It would be. a
I
huge
still would
savings.
like to see that happen.
Okay. Commissioner DeVito.
sure, thank you. My initial thought about this was that this is not enough information in some ways for us to make a decision tonight. I think, aren't we having a budget meeting? And we are going to talk about the additional funds in the budget,
I'm asking for a workshop,
right, in April, early April.
if possible.
Okay, so to me, I would prefer to talk about this at the workshop in early April. So just to make sure of two things. One, that we have a full understanding of the money that we have available and any other highly necessary items that we have to pay for. And as well, it might be a good time to get operational costs for the LED lights. And if we're going to consider putting up any other lights, how much we would be spending total. In other words, I would rather not make this decision tonight, kind of, standalone issue. I would rather make this decision in April
And Charles,
after we have a workshop.
I don't know if the baseball field is related to the football area. Would they, the football area require more lighting or more poles?
We have to
You mean
do
in
that.
soccer field?
Yeah.
Soccer field
field.
requires
I'm calling
separate
it
set
football,
of
but soccer,
poles.
right?
A separate set of poles and lights.
Okay, commissioners, I believe some residents raised their hands and asked if they could
Yeah.
speak. So are you okay with that? I need to, since I've closed public comment, and typically bring it back to
Yeah,
y'all. So I want to go ahead and open that up. So if you want to speak, please come to the podium. Yeah. Just introduce yourself and your address.
Veronica Glover, 512 Grand Rondo East. A couple years ago, the organization wanted this park to be worked on. And the cleaning of the swamp out, somehow there was some money available, and we found out about it, and we came and seeking to have that park cleaned out. I grew up, that's where I learned how to play ball at, on that park. I learned how to play basketball in the dirt. And my mother fought the city to pave that basketball court. So that's how we got a basketball court. North Park, back then we called it Babylon Park. It had 2 baseball fields. It was the old football field. I spent my childhood there. I played softball there. I played baseball there. And it's the biggest park that we have in our community, and there's so much that could be done with this park. I think the baseball, we play baseball and softball there at the same time. I think that should be, should remain, because traditionally it has been a part of the community, and I would love to see baseball for our little ones brought back into the community. That was an excuse for them to take it out, because they said that our field wasn't regulated. So, and I was upset about that, because I had to travel for my sons to play baseball. And I think that the city needs to invest in putting that baseball, so we can get Little League baseball back into our community. As far as the soccer, when I was growing up, there wasn't soccer, but has become a part of our community now, the soccer field. So we need to accommodate them soccer as well in our community. A lot of things can be done now to bring revenue into our city with the soccer team. They have semi-pro soccer teams and that plays there all the time. And we need to better assist them with organizing that. We need to figure out how to add bathrooms and all that to accommodate everybody out there. When we started the project, we had a young man to draw the picture, and we got to find a picture of how we felt that the park should look. And it accommodated everybody. And also, the objective was to change the negative behavior and environment in the community and the park. So our thing was to clean up the swamp. That got done. The retention pond, it got done. I'm not a fan of the big fence. It was only supposed to be a low 4 feet pond. We thought about a bridge over the pond, a walking trail for wellness, with stops along the way with some form of exercise. Exercise equipment, examples like low balance beams, pull-up bars, curled up benches, sit and reach for exercising. Trees and flowers, grass area to sit and relax, a pavilion with a kitchenette, tables and attached benches.
Right. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm over.
You're over your time, but you have a beautiful plan.
yes,
I mean, just
so
the picture that you painted.
If you can
Thank
find
you.
that plan, I
Yes.
really would love to see it.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
serious.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you, Veronica.
Things like the reservoir chestnut. It seems like we've had a lot of interest in the past from the commission as well as citizens. What can we do? We have nothing for our youth in this area. And if there's a discrepancy, I mean, Judy had, voted for it and approved $75,000 a year. We were gonna, originally, this was a couple of years ago, we were gonna put lights up in that park. Lee Dandridge addressed this commission, I don't know, 2 years ago.
Right.
Her kid is now aged out. So she's not here to say, hey, we need something for our youth. But if we want something for our youth, we gotta do something about it besides just talk about it. So if we can't decide tonight what to do with those funds, then we have the W word for what to do with the Better Place Plan funds that would best aid our community, because it seems to me a lot of interest is in that part.
Yes. Thank you very much.
See, I feel.
Do we have any other speakers?
Yeah, it's the total community though too, it's not. It's the total community, the whole park thing, you talk walking, the exercise, all that stuff, it's
Okay.
everybody, all ages.
Okay.
Elizabeth Wojcik, 2390 South Highway 17. I coach the Little League, the softball and basketball, and volleyball for youth. A lot of it emanating with the merge between the church and county programs. But we often, because there's so little space, have to practice at Fairbanks Park. They do have turn-in parking, I believe it's Grove, in front of the basketball courts, because we've had, had enough groups of kids out there coaching them at that time, and their parents have, have parked alongside, we could use more. I would be opposed to them taking out the ballpark, because we don't have, if anything, improves the ballpark, because we would lose baseball and softball. But, we don't have, so that, they'd probably do the same thing, the turn-in parking, wouldn't use that much if it was around the whole perimeter, and still give space to keep the, and I just want to let you know, we use the ball diamonds, even if it's not regulation, because you can teach them to hit, you can, things that you can't do elsewhere. So, and we do boys and girls together, it's really it's a necessary part of what, I have 4 kids myself that are foster and foster license, and that's one of the things, is you want to keep them doing something, positive, or they'll do something else.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Yes, sir.
Robert Lemon, 400 North Lake Street. I'm totally in favor of promoting sports for youth. There's a few different generations represented in this room tonight, and I'm from the generation where, kids love to get out and play sports. What I'm seeing of youth and today's generation, they're all about their tablets and their iPhones more so than getting out in the heat and playing ball. Lights are a great idea. The Better Place funds, this lady to take a look at youth and adults for those particular funds. Just looking outside of the box of the money is for the whole community, youth and adults. When it comes to sports programs, we don't just need lights, we need adults to implement the programs. So that's another factor. Is there, adults that want to spend the time, with their children and grandchildren? Do their children want to be there, or are they made to be there? So, there's a lot of factors. I like to, that idea of a splash park. I don't know, if you all been to the splash park they put over in Palm Coast, but there's youth and adults just having a blast. I mean, it's an incredible park. Of course, it's more than $100,000.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Anyways, my point obviously is to take a, pretty broad look at, if we got this better place money, to be nice to this for everybody. And if it's youth, that, then so be it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers? And I have to say that I am, whether we do it tonight, whether we put it to a workshop, I don't want to kick this can down the road anymore than what we've already kicked it. I'm a huge proponent. My daughter played from the time she was able to hold really a golf club and then a bat and then soccer and basketball. And she played all the way through high school. It teaches these children how to work as a team. It teaches a lot of fundamentals, and it's bothered me that, we have a softball team that goes to the high school, and I had one girl that worked for me, and they don't learn those fundamentals until they get to the high school, and then we're asking them to compete at the high school level, and they're just then learning those fundamentals. And that's just with the girls, that's not with our young men. And nothing thrills me more than to drive into a community and see people gathered around the baseball park, especially as you drive through Pearson in the evening.
Yes.
And it's bringing the community together. And so, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that that's where I stand. We're public comments done. I'm sorry, closed public comments. But if we want to workshop this, commission.
I think we need to workshop it because we really need that part so we can get regulated the young people groups. Now they got regulations.
Okay.
And if you ain't got certain things out there in that park, they will not regulate you, like the football. Now, the young lady used to come in here to every meeting.
That was a practice field. It wasn't it wasn't regulation, yes. It was a practice field because they played over at the high school on the weekends for the pop warner, so they use that.
But she come in here every week to try to get lights out in that park.
Let me just say, I'm from the north. And I mean, the north, like Vermont. And all I can say is this, here in Florida, when it gets dark, I guess you can put on the lights and you can go play ball. Well, up north in the wintertime, when it gets dark, you can't do that, okay? The fields are closed, you're done unless you want to go to a gym or somewhere else to play ball. And of course, I played softball, city champs from Rochester, New York, actually, tennis champ, Rochester, New York. So I played a lot of sports when I was young, and I played a lot of sports without lights because in the dark, even if it was warm, we just went to buildings to play, and we also had a place to play where once it got warm enough, we paid to play. In other words, we had to put the money in so that the lights, we paid for the lights to come on. And we did that out of our own pocket. A lot of times the city, Crescent City, really is surprising to me that they want to put all this money out and then give it all away for free. And I just wanted to say before I finish, is the Putnam County Parks and Recreation, their field can't say it with my teeth, usage permit application also includes the fees that they charge And, so there's a $500 deposit. Okay, so no matter what you do, you gotta put the 500 down, so it's just a deposit to hold it. But the rental rate per day is $100 for baseball, softball field, $200 for football, soccer, or multi-purpose field. The light rate to turn on those lights, they charge $15 per hour. So I just want you to know, I know Veronica said there's got to be a way to make, to make things or make some money back or whatever. This is how they do it. Now, I'm not suggesting we do it that way. I'm just suggesting that things cost money, and it costs money to maintain. It costs money to turn the lights on. And I think what's happened here in Crescent City is we have not had the money to maintain. We have not had the money to keep the lights on. And all the different things and plans that they had for Mary Banks Park, we didn't have the money to do it here in Crescent City. So I really think we just need to step back, take a look at it and plan before we just come in and vote for lights up. Plan
Okay.
to
Let's
do
draw
that.
this in. Let's
Let
bring
me
this to a
say
close.
one thing. Why don't we just go ahead and do the baseball field and then eventually do maybe the long field? But if we don't get started on this, we're never, we're fiddling around with this. There are young people that would use that. I'll guarantee if we have lights out there, you'll have young adults that will form teams and use it too this summer. But let's go ahead and do that, what you're looking at right now, and put in the concrete poles and the LED lights. Let's deal with how we're going to afford it. If it becomes overwhelming, then we, as are ask them for money to pay the electrical bill. But right now, let's go ahead and vote on what you have.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you, I'm so sorry, but I cannot have you speak from the audience. That's just, I'm sorry, those are our rules.
What about the county?
Melissa,
County COVID money
Melissa,
and solar.
Melissa, if one more, and then I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. I'm sorry. We have rules and we have to stick to them in fairness to everybody, okay? Commissioner Banks.
Now, we always pay the fee for the lights. I don't know who this come up, why they were letting us play without paying for the lights. The organization paid for the lights, and it was very high before this new style light come out. With the old setup that we had and with those lights out there, now to pop the meter on. During that time, I was working for FPL. It would cost you something like $50 every time you pull that lever for lights. And the organization got together and paid it. It's just an organization that was involved out there before. But now it's much cheaper. Probably cut the lights on for $10 a night.
And we can figure that. Right. As Charles, and we can figure that out. And if we need to have a fee schedule for these groups and. Okay, commissioners, I'm gonna bring this in, so I need a motion. I need something.
I move that we can install 6 new concrete poles with the LED lights that will cost the $94,550.
And we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to go ahead and go forward with installing these initial lights. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry, discussion. Do we have any more discussion, Commissioner DeVito?
Yeah, my discussion is, my suggestion is, we're about to move into daylight savings time. I really would prefer to see us talk about this at the workshop and get any additional information about any changes that might be needed that would be beneficial, and then have a vote on it at the April meeting. I don't think we would lose too much time.
Okay.
So that's my comment.
Charles, can you weigh in on this with us, whether or not your thoughts on going forward with it right now, and at least with these initial lights, as opposed to us putting it off? I do know that with anything, like right now, I'm being told to replace windows. I'm looking at 6 months to get windows for my house.
Well, that is one consideration. It may very well take us a year to actually get this completed. The other is, I haven't heard, other than mention of parking, of doing away with the baseball field. I think, installing the lights, no matter how much of a work we do at the park, I think that'll still be there and the lighting will be there. So I'm in favor of it getting, and I do think it'll be much cheaper than it used to be. I think the best lighting.
The only other thing that we need to really consider here that we're not anymore, because we don't think about it, but our inflation rates right now are really high, our construction costs are extremely high. And this particular, when did they come in with this bid?
It was a few months ago. If it doesn't honor the bid,
Yeah, if he doesn't honor the bid, then we're gonna be right back at.
Train changed quite dramatically. We are now paying $4.50 for gas rather than $2.50 for gas. So just keep some of that in mind right now too. I mean, we're, once people kind of start and they get in the middle of something and now all of a sudden it's $94,000. And I don't mean to pick on this one. I think we voted a couple of other things in too, but any type of project right now that we're voting in and we've taken bids on, we really have to be careful, because if they get right in the middle of it and all of a sudden it's double the money, we're gonna have to pay for it because we're halfway there. So you really have to kind of keep that in mind for this year. It's just sad that all this kind of happened, but it has.
Okay, so right now we have a motion for him to move forward with these lights. And we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
No.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. With that, we're going to move on to the consideration of changes to the code in reference to RV campers. Thanks. I'm going to turn that over to you for just a minute.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Continue. Okay. So this item is coming to you, it's a policy issue, and it's the elected officials that usually hear from it, hear about it when we do enforcement. Currently, our official policy is you can have an RV or camper and occupy it for up to 2 weeks with a permit. And I think the unofficial practice has been, folks have occupied them during construction for an indefinite amount of time. So before we begin enforcing the 2-week permit requirement and begin citing, I think I can think of 3 or so campers right now that are either camping or renovating or constructing or renovating a home. Do we want to reconsider that policy and make it where it can be? I think my recommendation was
Did you say for like a year as long as there's an active building permit or
Correct.
evidence of ongoing renovations?
So if you have an active building permit, like for instance, we have an instance where they're going to build a home and not hold the permit, and it's been going on for months. So if you want to allow it, it's up to you. I would recommend that it's with an active building permit and it's a time certain. If it's a renovation, there would need to be evidence of ongoing renovation. For instance, the house, the bathrooms are all torn up. The house is uninhabitable. So our code officer will be able to see that there is an ongoing work, an active permits. So that's the reason for the RV. Or we can stick with the policy. You got 2 weeks and then it expires and you've got to vacate.
Commissioners?
I would move that we go forward with amending our ordinance to allow for a longer time period as Charles recommends.
Now we have to bring that back to you next month.
Why are we changing that or considering changing that?
It's been an informal policy. I keep being told, well, got permission from the previous city manager. So rather than just cut everybody off and I want to check in and see if we want to allow that. We've had one instance where someone needed to be on site to avoid theft, so building a home, so forth.
That I don't have a problem with, but if they're just gonna stay for a couple of weeks, they're noisy. And that was the reason we put the quietus on it before was because people were complaining. My next door neighbor has a friend that's staying there, you know, this summer, and that generator on top of the motorhome is noisy.
So we have to have an active permit.
Right.
For what it
Wait a minute, may I follow up on Commissioner West's comment? I was going to add something to that related to the generators. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. I was going to add to that related to the generators. The people next 2 doors down from me who are renovating a house, they don't have a generator. And I was going to ask about that. They have an electric house, and the house has active electricity. That to me should be a requirement because the generators are very noisy and they make fumes. And I would not be in favor of this if people do not have an active electric house. I mean, if you're renovating a house, you really need that.
I think the only way though that you can get an electrical pole, isn't it, is if you have an actual building permit.
Got
is. That's part of this is you would
Yeah.
need to have.
Yeah, you need that permit.
But if you're building a house or renovating a house, then you should have electricity.
Electrical service should be available.
Yeah, so I would like to limit it to whatever RVs or campers that are using whatever it's called, AC power and no generators. So that would be a mess. I have not heard any generators going on the RVs that I see. I don't know about the one down the hill by Lake Crescent.
I think they almost do with that.
He is, but he's hooked into a pole. He's hooked into.
That's
a-
what, I mean, to me, I think it's
Yeah.
essential if you're gonna let people do this for a year, then they have to be hooked into a pole, because we would just be making a nightmare.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay. So do we have any other discussion on that?
Well, I made a
Any
motion,
other-
but it didn't get a second.
I'll second.
What was your motion? Would you repeat your motion, please?
Yeah.
Yes, that we
To direct me.
direct Charles to go forward with bringing us an amendment to our ordinance that would provide for his recommendation that we extend the time. And I'll just add to it, provided that there's no generators in use, they're plugged into the power.
Okay, okay. We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye. What, wait a second, you have,
Yeah, you're going a little too quick here, you know, because am I just looking at the wrong page here or what?
well, now we have two different ones. There's RV campers and construction, and then there's RV boats and utility trailers parked in yards.
That's the wrong cover sheet. You're on the second one.
I'm on the second one. Okay, all right, I do then.
This is the one with RVs, campers when building or renovating a residence.
Okay,
Right?
I'm sorry, yep, I'm good.
Okay, are you good?
Yeah, all of a sudden I look down.
Can we go forward? Are you ready?
I'm good.
You're good? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, motion carried. Okay, let's go to the next item.
Next item is similar. We also have a policy that does not allow boats, RVs, motorhomes, utility trailers parked in the front yard, and driveway. And we have a considerable amount of those throughout the city. And so again, as a policy consideration, I want to see if you want to continue that practice. These vehicles to be in the backyard. If there's a 6-foot fence securing them, or do we want us to begin citing those individuals?
It exceeds 25 feet, right?
Correct.
I think my question is this only pertain to those that exceed 25 feet in
No.
length?
No.
Is it
It
all
says
of
in
them?
the case
It's all
of-
of them. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Sure.
I can tell you from a legal standpoint, we've identified the problem with how it's written.
Yeah.
You each have a different interpretation, you're probably all right. It needs to be worded we'll clear it.
Okay.
Well, Mayor. I have a
Yes,
suggestion.
Commissioner DeVito.
My thought about this is to direct staff to enforce the ordinance and to, you know, see what kind of a response we get. Or does it improve the way things look? Does it cause hardship to people?
I don't know, let's ask Mr. Young. So you're saying that because we all have a different interpretation, that means that it's gonna be hard for somebody, they could challenge us if we did this without cleaning our language up, is that?
Well, do we believe that it means no boats, recreational vehicles, utility trailers, and motor homes shall be permitted in front yards? And if any of those happen to be over 25 feet, they can't be in the side yard as well? But I believe that was what the intent was.
Because the very first thing says I can put my boat in my front yard. My boat is small enough where I can just leave it in the front yard. Basically, that's what that says.
It should say no boats, none of those items from the front yard.
So, yeah,
Uh,
so should Commissioner DeVito, you might want to consider that we need to clean our language up and maybe start allowing some of these homeowners to know that.
I don't know, I think, I think what George, or Mr. Young, I'm sorry, was saying is we really have to reword this before we
That's
start.
what I just said.
Yeah.
We have to clean the that's what I said. We have to clean the language up.
Bring it up.
Well, is your intention to keep the policy in place? I guess it's sort of a fundamental decision. We want to prohibit them
Yes.
in the front yard and the side yards.
To some degree. Now, the boat, I think we need to look at this closely. Cause look, if I'm paying $200,000 for a home, I'll be able to park my boat anywhere I want.
Maybe you have a scabby looking boat or next to that big house.
No, I'm very serious about that. If I pay, if I'm paying a $2,000 a year tax on my house and I can't park my boat in my driveway,
All right, I think we should be able to do that, but like Orlando says, you can't see it, so you have to fence it.
We only allow a 4-foot fence in the front yard.
Yeah, we only allow a 4-foot fence.
Well,
Then
y'all
the
got-
backyard
From the
needs
corner
to
of
have
the
a
house
6-foot fence.
you got to understand this, Crescent. This ain't Orlando.
Yeah, I don't think we want to have a
No.
6-foot fence in the front yard. I mean,
This is why I'm bringing it up. I'm sympathetic. I have a pop-up that I had to pay storage,
Yeah.
keep it on site.
yeah.
I can't keep it in my side yard or on the driveway.
Mhm.
And a homeowners association absolutely will not allow you to park these. But some of them just kind of, I don't know, they overdo a little bit.
Now,
They stretch it.
now the motor home is a different,
Well, you can't say no to one and not the other.
You can leave it.
yes, you can.
No, you can't.
I'm gonna,
Why you can't?
okay, everybody,
That's how we play here. at Crescent City.
Our code officer said that we have about 35 violations now on the east side of 17 alone.
okay.
If this remains our policy.
I guess we need to workshop this.
All right, put this on the workshop
I
list.
heard you, George, I freaking you.
Sorry.
You can get 5:30 workshop.
So, do we want to, do we have a motion to?
I move that we consider this in a future workshop. I need a second.
That's what our summer's gonna be like.
Right.
Never seen so many things that we've got to workshop.
It's about time for spring break.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion for a workshop on this. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I said,
Okay, so we have a motion. Commissioner DeVito made a second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, hearing no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay. One more workshop.
Four so far.
Y'all don't do workshops where you can consider multiple agenda items?
Yeah, we can, yeah. It'd be a day, it would be an all day. This would, I think right now we're looking at all day. Huh? Sure, Bob. I can guarantee you that Mr. Pickens will never take a vacation during a commission. What did you do? Bring your lunch. Okay.
Okay, Mayor.
Had to step up, well, she'll be right back.
Okay.
The next item is really a retroactive approval of the FDOT grant, a grant to, it's the same grant we used to pave Central Avenue. The grant deadline was last Friday, so we needed to go ahead and submit. But it is 100% grant, there's no match. And initially what we wanted to do was pave dirt roads in the city, as many as we could. And the list, however, that I supplied in your packet, comes to about $1.1 million was projected cost. And the grant is typically $600,000 to $750,000, so it wouldn't cover everything. So our consulting firm, our engineers decided they would break it into two groups. The first group would be those first few on the map here. It's Grove Avenue, Lake Argenta, Randolph, that area. These in this area would be the first group, the first priority. The second would be up here. This is Hunter, Lee Hardy, Oakwood, Williams, and then down here Lime is a little piece of Lime. So it'd be great if we got both of them funded, but it's likely we'll get one of them funded.
Okay.
To reconstruct and pave those roads.
Okay. Good deal.
Would be.
Okay, commissioners, do we have a motion?
How do you want this to be stated then? I move that we are asking for a retroactive approval to apply for the grant.
Yes.
All right.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any other discussion? I know we've got a couple of, well, there's some other roads out there that are dirt, but they're privately held right now.
Yeah.
And so this was a great start. Thank you very much.
This will be a start. We'll keep at it.
Thank you. Okay.
We don't have a grant yet.
No, this is just
No,
to
this is
apply.
the
Yeah.
application. Yeah, we applied. So let's hope.
I guess.
Our crowd is late. They're not.
It's freezing, yeah. Okay, so I have a motion and I have a second. Seeing here, no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Mayor, the next item is to approve application for a community development block grant. This one, the application period is not opened yet. I'm not really sure when it's going to open, but we want to be prepared to get your approval.
Okay.
This is for the approximately $650,000 grant. And what we want to do is we need to put together this competitive point system. So we think that let's see what the total grants. Our engineers work with Red Fox Enterprises to see how many potential points they felt with a project. It's to put in a water main on Main, where there's currently not on Main, from Central, and hopefully get all the way to 308, provide a water main. And then to increase the number of low to moderate income households that are served, we would include a generator for the lift station on Bay Street, which we need. It was on our list, our wish list, to get a generator for that lift station. So we feel with that combination, we could get 672.69 points out of 1,000. So it's a pretty good point system. We're very hopeful we've been awarded this grant. So what I need tonight is approval to apply for the grant.
Okay.
And you'll see the next item, we get points for having a citizens advisory task force.
Okay.
And that'll be the next item.
So I'll move for approval of application for community development block grant for a water main on Main Street and a lift station generator for the Bay Street lift station.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Do we have any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay. Motion.
So as part of that, I also need you, and this would be something I think you'll have to bring back in April, with names to appoint the Citizen Advisory Task Force. Actually, from our consultant, they gave me some text to explain it. The task force is actually part of the CDBG Citizens Participation Plan, which the city adopted back in 2017, 2018. And this is mentioned on page 2 and 3. I think I sent you a copy of that. While it used to be required in order to submit an application, it is now a points item. The city will receive 10 points in the application for appointing and holding a Citizen Advisory Task Force meeting. The main purpose of the task force is to serve as a liaison between the city and its constituents in regard to CDBG project development and implementation. It is merely an advisory committee that makes recommendations on possible projects for the city to pursue CDBG funding. The commission is the final decision maker. DEO requires that at least 51% of the members are low to moderate income in order to show substantial representation of low to moderate income persons in the community. While it is not required to have members in the affected CDBG area, it usually is helpful as they are more aware of the issues in the neighborhoods. But what I request is you consider, I provided you a list of the previous task force. Think about that and speak to people that might be interested in serving and come back next month and make a recommendation for that task force.
I actually have a motion. I would like a request.
Okay.
I think it would be helpful if the city hall would advertise that and not just depend on us to go out and search people out. I think it should be advertised with the requirements, and then if you put it in a
We put it on the
advertisement.
website.
Pardon?
We could put it on the website as one of our news and notices.
Thank
Right.
you.
And then hopefully we would get that detailed information, because I think it's very detailed, and I think you need to have it if you're looking for volunteers.
Okay, do you want to make a motion?
Yes,
I did. I think, I thought it was more of a suggestion. I need a formal, you need to
yeah.
have this.
Well, I wasn't sure what was wanted, so I changed the motion to a suggestion. Okay, so I move that we direct Charles to advertise the need for people to serve on the Citizens Advisory Task Force, and with the requirement and that he provide that detailed information to the commissioners as well.
I'll second.
Do you need it to be brought, and then you want us to also bring in?
You can also bring names, I think, as well. So I'll send those, whoever applies, out in the packet. And then you can bring those names.
Okay, to the next meeting,
Yes, the April meeting.
for the April meeting. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay. Motion carries.
Here, the next item is we put out an RFQ, a request for qualifications for continuing services for architecture. This is so that we can have a firm or firms available if we need something drawn or plans made, we have to wait for another RFQ process. We had one response, which was CRG in Palaca. They're the firm that's currently doing our city hall renovation work. And we've been very happy and satisfied with their work to date. And my recommendation is that we approve CRG for a continuing services agreement.
Okay, commissioners.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other additional comments? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Now I'm going to close this out, and we're going to open up our CRA.
Here, the first item is a request to place a temporary power pole in service for the Arts and Farmers Market, which we're planning to start in April over in the old Miller site. We did get a price of $1,325 plus any permitting in the county required.
I so move that we allow our city manager to proceed with. You need a temporary pole at the old Miller property.
Hookups.
Good night, all. Thank you.
Good night, thank you.
And I thank y'all for coming.
Be safe.
Do we have a second?
Do I have a second?
I said,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Why is temporary full?
Because that property is up for redevelopment. It'd just be something we would own the box and the pole, we would just remove it and keep it for another project. Farmers market may
Relocate it.
migrate to other locations.
yeah, it would be something like a temporary,
Like when you're doing
Temporary
construction,
right.
temporary service.
It's your pole, you can move when you, the different locations.
Just based on what happens on that property.
Yeah, we might develop that property or something like that.
Maybe.
Okay. So any other discussion? Commissioner DeVito?
Sure, and this goes back to our CRA and the fact that we don't really have an implementation plan for the CRA. Well, for one thing, my question is, it says VCRA is planning to start an arts and farmers market. We're the community redevelopment agency. We have not made that decision. Who made the decision to start? Are you talking about downtown partnership?
Well, it's not, it's just this week, actually, a corporation, so,
But you're saying the CRA is planning to start an arts and farmers market. That's not exactly accurate.
okay.
I'm saying who is planning to start an arts and farmers market is what I'm asking.
In combination, the volunteers of the downtown partnership with the CRA manager and myself would be more accurate.
Okay, but the CRA is funding the whole thing.
That's correct.
And what is the goal of this?
Of the farmers market, to bring people downtown, to make connection with the farmers in our community, to create a gathering, to provide
Fruits
will
and
be sold to
vegetables,
the
plants.
public. It's a,
Honey,
farmers markets
Arts
are
and
very
crafts.
Yeah.
awesome. It's a great way. It's an attraction in the downtown. It's a great amenity for people living here.
But I guess my concern is that, I mean, I looked at our CRA plan and I looked at all the empty buildings. I'm getting concerned, you know, that we need to tie our activities to specific objectives that we want to accomplish that are actually in the CRA plan. And I understand that local farmers and whatever, I mean, do we have people lined up to participate in this?
We do, and our CRA managers here, if you have questions about the nature of the booths, who's coming.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir. Commissioner.
We had that started one time before.
And it went very well,
It went very well.
very well.
People are actually very excited about it. It's gotten a lot of positive feedback and us having and bringing this back.
And Commissioner, did you not receive the implementation plan I sent you this week?
I did receive it, but it's a list of things to do, but it's not tied to specific parts of the CRA plan. And I think we can talk about that later. My concern about this is, I do remember we had an arts and farmers market, and my concern about it is it did not result in filling any empty storefronts or actually revitalizing the downtown, and it disappeared. It just went away.
Well, it's a new day. Let's look at it that way.
And
It's
it's
a new
cumulative effect.
day.
The movies in the bar, sunsets on
Yeah,
Stella,
we're
all
trying
these
to
create a cumulative
bring
effect.
activities back into that area. Those vacant buildings, we don't own those vacant buildings right now. We're hoping that we're gonna generate people that are gonna wanna come in and invest in those vacant buildings.
Right, I'm aware of that, but if, there has to be some kind of nexus. I mean, I lived in Tampa when Tampa went from nothing downtown to having a corporation partnership. But there were targeted activities directed towards specific goals. And that is what I think.
So this will
I'm
bring people downtown.
seeing. Well,
And some of these folks are entrepreneurs, may actually end up renting space and opening up shop down here. there's a number of benefits to a well-run, successful farmer's market.
Right, I just hope we're not, I mean, I think this is a discussion that I would rather have not about a specific agenda item, but this is the kind of discussion that I think we have needed to have for a couple of years about what we are targeting in our CRA plan and how we're going to get there, and involving businesses and making sure that every dollar we spend is actually going towards a goal, and that we are not inadvertently competing against any of our existing stores. I mean, right now, yes, we have a list of things to do, but I'm not sure that they're targeted towards goals and that we're not weighing whatever. So, but like I said, that's a conversation that I think we need to have. Never, not your fault.
We can go over it again at the next CRA meeting next month.
Well, to me, I think we need to have a real CRA meeting that talks about what we talked about this several years ago, what our priorities are going to be, and you know, how we're actually going to make things happen.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Well,
But
we're
that's
gonna
not
have
on
to do
this
that
item.
in May. We're probably gonna have to do that in May. I think April's kind of filled up right now. So that's something that we have to bring back in May. Right now, we've got a farmer's market that we are looking at doing in April, the first one.
Sure.
So we have a motion in a second,
Okay, that's fine.
and any more discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Next item is similar. It's to install 200 amp service. And you did table the discussion on Solid Lake Park, but at the property on the shoreline of Lake Stella, I'd like to install a 200 amp service, which would allow us the capability not only to increase power at gazebo, but in the future, should you desire to do pedestrian lighting along that walkway, those little downlights that are on bollards, anything that needs electricity, we have 200 amp service available to us coming off those poles.
Do I have a motion?
I move that we accept.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I don't see that this is necessary, and I also question whether it fits with the zoning and the comprehensive plan. I think when you look at the zoning, this is a conservation area. It doesn't say anything about events, venues, or lighted areas. It says it is to focus on conservation, and this is going in the opposite direction. And I will tell you that I made a point, I was told originally when the first concert was planned, and by the way, the third concert of the year, I think, is going to be in March, and then there won't be any more. When the first concert was planned, you told me that it would just be acoustic. The second concert was not acoustic, and I went out on the lake in the dark, and I went to the bird rookery, and you can clearly hear the sound, and you can feel the vibration on the other side of the bird rookery. And the one thing that wildlife does not care for is amplified sound. So I do not see that A, this is compatible with the conservation zoning, that is the zoning. And B, I do not see that it necessarily furthers the purpose of the CRA. I question that these are the appropriate use of CRA funds for now. So I would move to defer this until a later date when we can look further into the zoning and what we might need for that area.
Okay, right now I have a motion and I have a second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, commissioners, we have a motion of approval and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
No.
Okay, thank you very much. At that time, I'm going to close CRA. We're going to come back to our regular schedule. Charles, you're up.
Okay, I just want to point out a couple things out of my city manager report. I did erroneously leave a paragraph in there about holding off on the internet cafe ordinance, which we voted on tonight, so we're gonna take that back out. We decided to go forward. I am recommending a special meeting, March 24th. That day was picked because that's when Ben Muldrow can come back to the city. We do it later, we'll probably have to zoom him in to talk about revisions and final approval. So that was on the 24th. And then we also, we talked about a little bit about having a budget workshop the end of this month or May or April rather. I sent out some dates, 29th, 30th, 31st of this month, or April 5, 6, or 7. I heard back from 3 of you. Commissioner Burton is not available in April.
I didn't get it.
Didn't get the email? Well, if you have a calendar.
You have your calendar.
I
I'm
think
available
Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays,
on the
essentially.
24th. I'm not on the 7th. I know I'm not on the 7th. I am available on the 24th.
Well, Charles, I told you when we met, and I responded in writing, I have 2 doctor's appointments on the 24th,
Got it.
and they're not
Then April,
optional.
No, March.
March.
March 24th.
I have you down as available all the other dates, but not that one.
And what are the other dates again?
So we have, in addition to the 24th, we have the 29th, 30th, and 31st. So that, I think that's probably a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We have April 5, 6, 7, which is also a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
I'll be right back.
That's if we want to do this
I'm
before
gonna
the
go grab my
14th.
calendar. I'll be
I want
right
to bring
back.
a budget amendment to you on the
I can
14th.
do that.
Next time, 29, 32, I think I sent that back to you.
Yes.
Line 31st. Actually, if you don't want me here, that's fine too. I don't know if I can sit in there 5 hours, 6 hours.
Well, how does Wednesday, Charles, are you thinking that we would do the budget workshop on the same date as the branding, whatever?
I was not, because I think the budget workshop will take a
It'll
while.
take a while.
Okay, that's what the way you first put it out, and I asked you a question in the response email. I wasn't sure why we had to, I understand the availability of the consultant is an issue. But we've never really had a notice meeting for the public. I mean, there was the pop-up, whatever it was, preview thing. So, I don't know, so how long, what is going to happen at the consultant?
It's gonna
be about?
bring back been working with them on tweaking the logo. It's gonna bring it back and have a discussion with you. I'm gonna send you some drafts when I get another draft from him before that meeting. Reason it's on the 24th, it was gonna be tonight, but none of them could be here and we weren't ready anyway. So we pushed it to the earliest date for them was the 24th. Again, we can push it off further, but it'll probably become a Zoom meeting.
I would like to have them here in person.
yeah, me too.
I'm available on the 24th, the 28th through the 31st, and the 5th and the 6th.
I'm available every
So
day but 14.
how many people are available for the on the 24th?
They have 4 of you on the 24th.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm good.
and then for the
20.
budget workshop,
I have Commissioner Banks, are you available on the 30th?
Yeah.
I would have all of you on the 30th.
Commissioner DeVito, you're available on the 30th?
I am, but I cannot, I have 2 doctor's appointments on the 24th, which I told Charles a week ago.
Okay, what time are your appointments?
They're
Is it
out of-
something-
They're out of town and they can't be changed.
Okay, is it something that we could Zoom you in on? Possibly?
That's possible. It would have to be in the evening though.
It would be the evening.
Yeah.
We
it
do
would-
a
it
public
would-
meeting so the
Yeah.
public could come.
It would have to be in the meetings because
So we
otherwise
could
I
Zoom
would,
you in on the, and so we could Zoom you in on the camera.
right, but I can't vote.
Yeah.
So, I would prefer that I would rather Zoom the consultant and let me be here and participate.
I would prefer to have the consultant here. Not that I don't want you here, but I think it's important to have the consultant here, especially for this final. And commissioners, if y'all want to speak to this.
I really like to see it here too.
Also, yeah.
I really have a commissioner here too.
So,
because
Didn't we
Zoom-
go ahead?
Sure that everybody could be here on the, what would you
The
say?
30th,
The 30th.
we're looking at the budget workshop.
Or the 30th.
Do the budget workshop during the day. Be a long day. and switch to
Could
the-
they be here on the 30th though?
No, I don't know. I have to ask them. We might have to zoom in.
Are you voting on something at a workshop?
No,
So it doesn't matter.
The branding would be a special meeting.
the branding would be a special
That's a
meeting,
special day.
yeah.
Well, okay, this is my question.
So we turn it into a workshop.
Okay, the consultant can present, but we don't have to vote on the date the consultant presents, correct?
You don't have to. No.
Right, because, I mean, I would appreciate being able to be here for the vote.
What I don't want to do is kick the can down the road. And one of my big concerns with the branding is an expression that a camel is a horse designed by a committee. So I'm concerned if it's too many meetings over and over again, you know, everybody likes, some people like this one, then we change it to this. Now those people don't like that one anymore, and the new group likes this one, and then we never gain consensus is my concern.
We need to get this done.
So when he comes back, I really hope we can adopt, work it out with him, and we adopt that meeting.
Well, to me, Mayor, if I could, I think we can keep that in mind, but I pointed out, we've never had a noticed meeting about this. I mean.
Our last meeting was a notice
It
meeting.
was a notice meeting.
It was a
It
public
was not,
hearing.
it was, we filled the room.
Yeah, right.
I mean, there was
Okay,
standing
so-
room. We had people sitting over here on the side.
Okay,
So, I mean, it filled the room. So,
you're missing my point. That was a meeting with 24 hours notice. We have not had a presentation to this commission. And notice in the normal way for people to come to a commission meeting. So I guess I'm not really understanding the concern about the tweets or the whatever. I mean, we've not had the consultant present to the commission. So I don't quite understand. So I think we should find a date when we can all be here and let him present. And certainly I would like to be here for the vote.
Okay, let's get it straight now. We're all confused. Okay, the budget workshop is going to be March the 30th, right?
It can be, we haven't
Yes, we
decided
haven't
that, but it's
decided yet, yeah.
available.
Well, what have we decided on?
we haven't decided
Workshop.
anything yet. Right now, we've got the 24th, and we know our consultant can be here on the 24th. Everybody wants him to be, it's my understanding from Commissioner West, is that your feeling too, to have him here in person?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And we'll end up with something wrong if he's not.
And Commissioner DeVito is not available on the 24th. So we can go ahead and have it on the 24th, and we can zoom her in.
Okay, well, let's do that. Let's come up with something we need.
So I need a motion from the commission for these dates. So somebody want to make a motion?
What else do we have to do on workshops? Let's just do it, get it all straight.
Well, we now have a whole list, but we were thinking about doing that
In
after
yeah, in
April.
April.
Okay,
Like
so March,
The 24th.
24th would be the branding, and the 30th would be the workshop for the budget.
all right, what time of day do you want?
What time,
this?
24th?
24th, we would do 6 PM. That would be a public meeting, public presentation.
And
public
the
input.
budget on the 30th?
Whenever you'd like. Start that in the afternoon.
I don't like,
And what time?
Could be after lunch or could be all afternoon.
You could start it at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's just go ahead and set a time, 2 o'clock in the
2
afternoon.
o'clock.
Okay. Need a motion.
I so move that we put these two workshops on our calendar. The 24th of March will be our branding at 6 o'clock. And the 30th of March will be our budget workshop at 2 o'clock.
When you said workshop for branding, but I think you meant special meeting.
Special meeting for.
Okay, special meeting for branding. Thank you.
That's good.
And a workshop. Okay, I need a second.
So may I just ask this question and make an observation? So we cannot ask the consultant if he is available any other days, like for the second week in April, so that I could be included in this meeting?
I can ask him.
I really do not find it very collegial that you find it more important to meet in 14 days and have the presentation and a meeting when you know that one of the commissioners cannot be there. And I said so a week ago.
I don't feel that he's trying to get a consensus of when we're all gonna be in town. And right now, he's got 4 of us. It's not that we're trying to get a date. They've given us this date right now.
Yes, but we
But,
operate.
you know, I
as a
can see
client.
her point. I can see your point. We're going to be voting on this. This is gonna be a branding for the city. And, you know, she's been part of the city for a long time and, you know, there's nothing like a,
Well, then do you
here,
wanna
you
put
can
the
see it
brand,
and
put the branding
feel
off?
it, you know?
Do you wanna put the branding off until you can get a date? And then,
Put it off till April. See if he can come on the 14th.
See if you can come on the 30th. Why can't you come on the 30th?
I could find out his dates.
But we having something on the 30th, budget.
we have a
Oh,
budget.
yeah, but you do the budget and then you go right into the branding.
You will be here on the 30th, is that correct, Commissioner DeVito? You'll be back?
God willing, yes. That is my
just-
plan.
I'll ask him for another date.
Yeah, we'll just set branding for another day.
Okay.
I mean, this whole branding thing's kind of gonna be a big thing.
Okay,
for
so
us.
we have a motion
Yes, and
for
I'll
the
take
30th?
off,
Okay,
take off March 24th and
Okay.
leave the budget workshop as March 30th.
okay.
At 2 p.m.
Yeah.
We have a motion and you have a second. Weren't you the
I
second?
second,
You
yeah, I
second
second,
it, okay.
right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay.
So what's the date of this budget workshop
The
again?
30th at 2 o'clock.
Okay, Thank you. That's on my calendar.
So another item was, I had sent out you a draft of signs for the parks. I showed you the existing sign and the language based on your workshop. And I didn't receive any comments. I'm hoping that means I can proceed. I put a hard copy in your mailboxes and I sent you an electronic copy. The signs, to show the park sign, all the no-nos.
I seen the old sign somewhere.
Yeah, just-
So I don't understand that.
So I'll bring that back in April.
Yeah, no, I honestly apologize, I don't.
So-
But then
I
again, you know,
saw-
I think we're
I
all
saw-
starting to get a little punchy.
I
Yeah,
got it.
think so.
I got it.
So I'll just bring that back. Final thing was, I mentioned that we're going to be meeting with the county. You all have approved us going with Universal for our building services. And met with the county, I met with the county initially, and the indication was if we go to a private provider for building services, they would no longer, the county would no longer provide our fire inspections. And we could not go back to the county if we were unhappy with Universal. So we had another meeting to discuss the relationship, and it seems that fire inspection, fire plan review is very much intertwined with building inspection, building plan review. And so to extricate ourselves from the building takes us out of their system, which is how they do the fire inspection. So we would have to hire a fire inspector. And it takes us out from under their ISO rating as well for our insurance rates. We'd have to have someone do that for us as well. So it really becomes very complicated. So we had a conversation with them about improving communication with us, getting a monthly report. I can provide that to you in my city manager report of permits pulled, COs issued, certificate of occupancies issued. And having their inspector contact me directly when there is a stop work order or other issues that come up in the field. Whereas now I hear about them when one of you hears about them from a constituent. So basically improving communication as our other consultants provide to me on an ongoing basis, and they've agreed to that. So my recommendation to you is that we stick with the county. I think it's kind of necessary to stick with the county and not go.
We're gonna have to.
Yeah. But we
It's
did,
kind of like that.
but it was good because they are gonna work on their customer service.
They are, and they've gone online the last about 37, 38 days ago, they actually went online with permitting, so a contractor can do all their permitting online. An owner builder will still need to go there and sign at the end of the day, at the end of the process. But a contractor, we can refer them to the website and they can do it all.
Back in the county.
Stay with the county,
You stay
that's my
with the
recommendation. Because that way they'll fire and improve the ISO rating.
Mayor,
Yes.
didn't we already approve the contract with the private firm?
We did not sign it, I did not sign it, I did not execute it.
Okay, but we approved it.
Yes, so my recommendation to you is to
Rescind it, I guess.
to rescind that.
Okay,
decision.
rescind the authorization.
Yes,
I move that we rescind the authorization of the city manager to enter into the contract with the private firm for those services, and that we remain using the services of the county building department, hopefully with the approved methods of communication.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
thank you, that's all I have.
That's all you have. Does anybody have any questions of Charles?
I do have a question. I have a question about the upcoming boat races and the permit that was issued. So it is my understanding from talking to a private citizen and the Fish and Wildlife Commission that there are undesirable impacts from boat races on threatened species of birds on the island. And Fish and Wildlife, you put them in touch with the boat race people. So they have drawn a 330-foot radius that the boats are not supposed to go through near the island. People are wondering, the initial plan showed that the boats were going to use the conservation area, put the boats in the water, that's opposite the island within the 330-foot barrier. Does anyone come to talk to you about where they're going to be putting the boats
At the beach area,
We'll put them in the beach area.
at Dexter Beach,
yes,
not the conservation?
not the
No.
conservation.
Is it possible that we could get an updated plan of what they're planning? People are wanting to know this.
Yes.
What people? Do you have do you have a list so we can, Karen can maybe send it out to them? I know that they met with Fish and Wildlife. It's my understanding they met with Fish and Wildlife and they altered their course a little bit. They moved it over just based on some recommendations that they had. And then they also,
Just to let y'all know, I spoke with Fish and Wildlife, and the threatened species there are other species, the little blue herons and Louisiana herons. And the adverse result will be if the birds are frightened. And that is nesting season, which I told Kip Roddenberry way back when he first even raised this idea, said don't do it during nesting season. So if the birds are frightened and they leave the nest and there are eggs in it, the eggs will burn up. And if there are baby birds in it, they won't come back and feed the baby birds, and you know what happens, you know, feed baby birds. So, yeah, I know some people that are interested in how the course is being altered and whether there's going to be, I guess, intrusion on the conservation area, so hopefully not.
I'm sure they have the, well, I know they have that,
We got approval from.
yeah. And then so they have a new course,
Right, so.
So you want a copy of that? That's what you're
Yes,
asking, Charles?
yes, and also, I'm sure if there are people, I can tell them to contact Karen if they would like the updated information. That would be very helpful.
You have anything else?
Questions for Charles? No, I have a couple of items somewhere of mine, if I can find them.
Okay. At this time, this is our city attorney's opportunity to speak. Is there anything you want to bring to our attention?
It's very late.
I know it is. Thank you. I know, and you've got a long way to drive. I understand that with small children. Okay, commissioners, I'm going to open it up to you. Commissioner Burton, do you have anything to share?
Nope.
Okay, Commissioner Banks? Good. Commissioner West? Okay,
I've said my say tonight.
Commissioner DeVito?
Yeah, I had a question from a resident, and Commissioner Burton, forgive me, but this has to do with something you said at the last meeting. And I'm just, can you pass that down to Commissioner Burton? Well, I'd like her to look at it first. So this is my question. Apparently, someone made a public records request.
So you need to continue
yes.
to pass
I
them
was
out.
gonna let
Give it a
Commissioner
report.
look
Yes,
at
and
it.
that, and yes, this is the request that I made.
Okay,
Okay, so I'll verify that.
so my question for
I have
Charles or George or anybody is, what is our policy? Did you give one to Charles and George?
Yes, we've got them. You keep those. We got them good.
Okay, and I should have one for Karen. So my question is, I have never seen this before, or is it okay for me to, do we have letter, I guess what I'm asking is, do we have letterhead for commissioners?
I don't. No, do we have letterhead?
So I'm just looking for clarification. If I want to send a letter out, should I be using city letterhead? Should I use my own letterhead? Is this something that I can do, that we can all do? Or is it something that we should not do? So, and I don't necessarily need an answer now. But I was hoping that we could get some clarification on this at some time.
Well, I mean, if I have to send a letter, I always send it, if it's a mayor, I send it under the letterhead. I just don't have, I just use the city letterhead. So,
Right, but you're the mayor, and I'm assuming that you're writing on things that we've
very
authorized.
seldom do I ever send a letter, but
Right, but I'm assuming that mayors send letters because they're authorized to communicate.
I'll be happy to look into it and get you an answer.
Sure.
thank you. Do you have anything else, Commissioner DeVito?
I do. We had talked about, I had talked about the advisability before the comp plan draft comes back from the state agency, that we should have a workshop for the public on the comp plan. Just to be an informal workshop with Mark there to answer questions. I think that would be very, very helpful because it's been a very fraught subject with a lot of misunderstanding. So I'm hoping that we could schedule a comp plan workshop before we have that back on second reading.
Haven't we had a comp plan workshop? Didn't we have a comp plan workshop?
We did prior to adoption, prior to first reading.
Prior to first reading, we had a comp plan. Workshop. And so what more do you want brought into this workshop that we didn't?
This would be a workshop for the public to specifically ask questions, to have a review of the basics of the comp plan, and to just go over what's in it and what it means, to make sure that people are, we had a workshop for us. The workshop that we had was on the technical changes where Margot presented.
Right.
The workshop that I talked about was a workshop for the public to just go through the comp plan and understand the different elements and what it's about, and particularly the future land use map.
I have a suggestion, pardon my voice. Remember, we had a section that we had to send it in because it had to be.
Right.
And then there was a section where we wanted to change the density. All right. Why wouldn't that be a good time to do that? Invite the public and explain what's going on, because they're expecting some change in the density area. But I think we could do that all at the same time, don't you?
Do which all at the same time? The
Public workshop.
Yes.
And changing the density.
start with the comp plan 101 and then work all the way
Right.
into, do we want to change our future densities?
Density, right,
Great idea, yeah. I
rather
think-
than two different,
Oh, absolutely, and I like your description of comp plan 101.
right, yeah.
We asked that at the last one, and that's what Mark was kind of giving us, the 101, when we asked him at the last meeting.
Yeah, this would
He gave us
be
the one, he gave us the
like a
101.
sidewalk.
Yeah.
I think we need a little more 101 level. I think that was more like 401, I don't know, just more relaxed.
We haven't scheduled it.
Good. I'll give you your opinions on that.
Do it we do it in April.
Okay, do you have anything else, Commissioner DeVito?
I do not.
Okay, thank you with that. Do I have a motion to dismiss?
So moved.
Okay, to adjourn? Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned at
Good morning.
10:50. Would be
5, 6,
10:55.
56.
Okay.